Dzień dobry Państwu, nazywam się Tomasz Gruszkowski. Jestem odpowiedzialny za pracę Centrum Kompetencji do Spraw Digitalizacji Materiałów Bibliotecznych w Bibliotece Narodowej i chciałbym zaprosić Państwa do wysłuchania czy wzięcia udziału w warsztacie prowadzonym przez Martinę Hoffmann i chciałbym zaprosić Martinę Hoffmann ze Szwajcarskiej Biblioteki Narodowej
with National Library
przeprowadzenia tego warsztatu.
to run this workshop.
Martina.
Thank you very much. Hello, good morning, and thanks for joining me for two hopefully very interesting days about digitization and cultural heritage. Thank you, Tomasz, for inviting me to Warsaw. My first time in Poland, and I'm happy to be here. I will be talking with a mask because I'm traveling a lot and I don't want to produce anything significant here, and I also need to travel back and be very nicely in the National Library on Monday, so I will do that with a mask, but I think you can hear me anyways. Who am I? Well, actually, as Tomasz said, I'm the head of the digitization services at the Swiss National Library, but that is not all that I am, and I'm not here in this capacity today. I'm here as the owner of Martina Hoffmann Consulting. It's a consulting firm for training and consulting in digitization and quality assurance for cultural heritage. I do that besides my job at the Swiss National Library, and I do that because I saw a great need all over the world, by the way, for consulting in digitization of cultural heritage and how to do quality assurance for cultural heritage. How did I come to that conclusion? Well, I've been working in the Netherlands for more than 10. I'm always saying 10, but I'm saying 10 years for the last 13 years probably, so it's more close to 15 years. In mass digitization of cultural heritage. I've done this in the Dutch National Archive and in the Dutch National Library, which is the Royal Library of the Netherlands. And some people may have heard about Metamorphose, probably about the guidelines Metamorphose, but it's actually a real program that is set up for the preservation of cultural heritage on paper for Dutch cultural heritage on paper. So I've worked for that, and I've been doing consulting for a lot of institutions there, how to actually do that within the program. And there were the same questions all over again. And there is a lot of companies that are doing that. It's a lot of external vendors that are doing that. And they all struggle with how to maintain high quality in their production. In the National Archives, which was my first encounter with mass digitization, I've been responsible for setting up quality assurance workflows for mass digitization imaging, but also some metadata and stuff like that. So from there, it went on, and now I'm here, standing in front of you today. If you want to know more about me, there is my LinkedIn profile in the presentation. You can add me or join me on LinkedIn and ask any questions. You will also find my contact information there. Because it's very interesting to know who are you, I've just made up a lot of questions that we probably cannot share everybody his own story, but I would really, really like to know, who are you? Where do you work? Do you work in a library? Maybe a show of hands? Library workers, okay? Not too many people, or there are some people working in a library. How about an archive? Also. Oh, it's a library and an archive. Great. Museum. Oh my God, it's everything. Okay, so we are really in the glam sector, which is kind of nice because then we're talking about kind of the same kind of things and also about kind of the same objects. So how about the experience in this digitization field that we're all in? Is it very new to you, like 0 to 3 years? Show of hands? No newcomers? Great. 3 to, let's say, 10 years. More than 10 years? Yes. Very experienced people. That means I'm probably telling not all of you a lot of new stuff, but hopefully there will be some new stuff for you too. Then there is this really interesting question that, or actually two questions that I'm really interested in that would be open questions. Maybe we can start with one or two answers. What do you know about standardization in cultural heritage? Who wants to answer? Nothing is, by the way, a completely fine answer. Yes, please.
So, what do you mean about standardization? Because I know there are three sets of guidelines. There's an ISO standard.
Microphone.
There's an ISO standard, and there are 5G guidelines, and of course Metamorphosa, which are international. But in Poland, they're not mandatory, although many institutions follow them anyway.
That's great.
Yeah, and I guess these guidelines cover pretty much all of the digitization process, from imaging to quality control to selection of equipment. Yeah.
Well, great, and I'm glad to hear that in Poland many institutions are actually following, because this will be a topic that we will dive into very deeply, hopefully today, maybe tomorrow. And the other question is, what is digitization exactly for you? Because it might be something else for me. One volunteer is enough? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bartłomiej Siedlarz, Ostronnicki National Institute. Digitization for me is mostly to capture the original materials for preservation and for access, for user access. These are, I think, two most important things.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Well, let's see. I can relate to all of those answers, but we have to acknowledge that digitization means different things to different people, to different institutions, and to different branches. And it's very important to communicate with each other what we are actually talking about. When we're talking about digitization, what kind of digitization are we talking about? And what do we actually mean when we say digitization of cultural heritage? Because it means so many different things to different people. In German, it's rather strange because we have one word and it covers cinemas, banks, cultural heritage, and everything else. In Dutch, it's the same thing. It's one word, and it covers the whole bandwidth of everything. In English, it's a little bit easier. In French, it's also a little bit tricky. I don't know about Polish, but for us, in digitalization of cultural heritage, and in the long years of experience that I've talked to people, lot of different answers come to that very question. So there is one thing that we can actually compromise on with everybody. And that is basically, thank you very much for your answer, the actual part of the digitization in the sense of a conversion. You have something, some object, original, analog, in front of you. You do something kind of magically, black boxish, we call it digitalization. And in the end, you have something containing zeros and ones in a digital file. That's basically the one thing that we can agree all over the world on. Some of you might have seen former presentations of me and will recognize this slide. I think it's the most important slide that you can have. That's why I'm re-showing it all the time. Definitions are key to communication. So what do we actually mean by original material? Well, in our case, we are doing cultural heritage digitization, objects from museums, archives, libraries, galleries, universities, and other things. Somebody has classified as art or cultural heritage, or art and cultural heritage. It's important to say cultural heritage because, well, there are also objects like mail entrants that we don't classify as cultural heritage normally. And I mean paper mail and not email, of course. So there is a conversion process. And the conversion process meaning, that's what we actually call digitization, we get information from A to B, from an analog carrier to a digital carrier, and we include everything that's necessary in there, and we don't specify it, because then we get into the definition problems. And what we get out of it is a final product in zeros and ones, a digital file. And a digital file, not very specified yet, because it can be everything for anybody. But this is the basic common thing that works for everybody in the whole world. So what is it? It's used for the conversion, like we saw, from analog to digital. It's also used as a basis for the processes that follow. So digitization meaning, well, here you go from the original and there you have it on a platform, which is not basically the same thing because, well, it's actually the conversion here. And also, well, it's a collective term. Many institutions say, well, the digitization. What part of it? The digitization is not really exactly the putting it online on a platform or the cataloging, which is a completely different department. In the Swiss National Library, I can tell you I'm head of the digital services, which means I'm responsible digitization services, actually, which means I'm responsible for the digitization and the putting it online and the putting it in the long-term repository and the metadata about it and the create. So I'm actually in a department working that is doing way more than digitization, but digitization would be only the conversion if we go back to the definition of what it actually means. The conversion from analog to digital. This definition is valid for all kinds of materials, if they are from a library, from a museum, or for an archive. And all kinds of digitization processes, because it is a conversion process from information from one to B. My advice to everybody, make sure you use the correct terminology. So instead of saying digitization, I'm working in digitization, I'm working in digitization of cultural heritage. It means something different than doing digitization for a, well, bank, for example, for a cinema. But even go further and say, what kind of digitization are you actually responsible for? I'm responsible for digitization of cultural heritage of paper. Could be a very interesting point, because that excludes 3D materials, for example. I'm responsible for cultural heritage of 3D objects, which means something completely different for the digitization. Not for the conversion itself, because it's still from A to B, but the content of the digitization process is completely different. When we are talking about digitization in libraries and archives, mainly, not exclusively, but mainly we are talking about cultural heritage on paper and in 2D, because we don't classify paper as 3D, even if they are books, which is, by definition, a 3D object, but still we are digitizing it in 2D. Most of the times. Not all of the times, by the way. And also, if you are working in a GLAM institution, it means that you have different collections and they define mostly what we encounter there. A museum will have, for example, way more 3D objects than a classical archive or library, and a library will have way more books than a museum. So if you know what kind of partner or communication partner you're encountering, you can also see what kind of collections they are talking about, if they don't specify it by themselves. So for the sake of today and tomorrow, we will be talking about mainly digitization of cultural heritage on paper in 2D. What else will we be talking about? In the sense of what we just said, cultural heritage, digitization, 2D, paper, we will look at the standards and guidelines for digitization and what is the current state of the art. What is 2022, the latest news on standards and guidelines for digitization of cultural heritage on paper, 2D. How about implementing a workflow that is actually adhering to those standards and guidelines? What kind of equipment would I, well, buy if I need to buy one? Or what kind of equipment would I exclude, for what, and which reasons? And I hope we get some time to talk a little bit about the justifications for the management for funding, but also for actually implementing a standardized workflow according to the state of the art, if you don't have it yet. Because, of course, it's easier to actually change an existing workflow to a new version of the workflow than just starting from scratch, but I hope we will cover a little bit of everything there. And I am already in the first step. So, are there any standards or guidelines? Thank you to your answer. Yes, there are, absolutely. And they do exist for different parts of the digitization. Standards and guidelines that we were talking about just before do not cover the complete digitization pipeline in the sense that they are not talking about metadata, they are not talking about cataloging, they're not talking about preservation repositories, and they're not talking about presentation on platforms. They are only for, the imaging part. Especially if we're talking ISO standards, they are only there for the capturing part, like the transformation of information from an analog object to a digital file. Signal processing, as they call it. So before we dive into the whole nitty-gritties of the technical stuff, few words that are pretty important. And to be quite transparent, I don't know what the Polish situation is and how much it is used or how it is used, but all over the world, I'm encountering people that are telling me we are working to standards, even when the ISO standard didn't exist, which is kind of strange because how can you work to a standard if there is no standard? Because they were using the guidelines as a standard. But a guideline, per definition, is nothing else than a guide to an end. So, it's not mandatory, even if you say something in there, like, you have to achieve 400 PPI, and I'm doing this in a guideline, well, okay, great, but no need to. I mean, 350 is fine too. Well, that's a big difference to an ISO standard. A standard in an ISO committee published means there is, first of all, a lot of time that goes into that, but also it's a non-negotiable piece. It's a piece of work. When it says the delta is 2, then the delta is 2. I don't have to discuss it. It's worldwide, exactly 2, nothing else. So in my experience, working with a lot of external vendors, that want to earn money, for example, they say, well, in this guideline it says you have to achieve 85%, but, well, I got 80. That's great, isn't it? Well, not really. It's not. Yeah, but you know, it's just a guideline. Yes, it is a guideline, but it really wanted you to follow it. Well, then you should have said, I have to follow it in the contract. And there is a real big problem in communication, because what we've learned all over the years is you have to specify everything very exactly if you want people to follow it, which makes it very much easier to have a standard, because it's a non-negotiable piece, than a guideline, because then I have to write even more what I really, really want them to follow. So keep in mind, if you have a guideline, it's something negotiable. There's a lot of wiggle room. A standard, not so much. And if I refer to a standard, like the ISO standard that is out now, it will be the same in Polish, it will be the same in French, it will be the same in Australia. So we have something that everybody can agree on. It is what it is in paragraph XYZ. The two things that I'm talking about now is really the thing about imaging. It's about capturing the information and converting the information from analog to digital. It is very well standardized at this point in time, 2022, for certain objects, and not for all. I'm very sorry for all the museum people here. 3D, no go. There is no standard, there is no guideline, there is no best practice written up where everybody can agree on. It's kind of a loose field. We are not there yet. There are some certain, well, working groups, initiatives. People do really want to have something because the need is there, but there is not even a guideline yet where everybody can agree on how to actually tag the things. So even less about capturing, because 3D objects are very crucial in this object goes this way, this object goes a completely other way. If I do the same thing, I will get two different kinds of things out of it, and I will not have all the information that I want out of it. So 3D has, at this moment in time, not a guideline, not the best practice, and not really a standard. What we do have is a standard ISO 19264-1, and it's written for, here we go, certain objects, only reflective material. So if you are in a library or an archive or a museum and you have transmissive material, well, sorry, ISO standard is not there yet. It will be there. There is work on ISO 19264-2, which will be written for transmissive material. But writing an ISO standard takes a lot of time. It will come in time, it's not there yet. So at this moment in time, we have only 19264-1. The ISO working group, and I'm not sure everybody knows how an ISO standard actually comes to life. It's a rather long process, administrative process. A lot of experts international have to agree on something. The working group that is responsible for everything in our field, photography, archive, and cultural heritage, is ISO TC42. You can look that up on the internet. It says standardization primarily, but not exclusively, in the field of still picture imaging, chemical and electronical, including but not limited to, definitions for still imaging systems, methods for measuring, testing, rating, and so on and so forth. So there's actually the one group that is responsible for creating the standards in our field, ISO TC42. They consist of a lot of international experts that are actually working in our field, and they have to agree on something, and then they have to publish it. But ISO standards for photography have a way longer tradition. I mean, the ISO standards in general have a very long tradition, but also parts of the technique, like signal processing itself, has a completely different standard. For SFR, the standard 123333, and everything like that. So we are actually looking in our field to get some parts and pieces that we need from other fields that are also important for the signal processing that we are doing. Because basically the conversion from analog to digital is nothing else than signal processing. In our field, cultural heritage, before the ISO standard existed, we were also still imaging. We still do still imaging, but we are doing that for a long time. First, people went with analog photography. Of course, now we have all these nice photos to digitize. The first digitization to make it available was microfilms, and every microform that you can think of, which is still being done, but it was really creating an industry back at the time for mass conversion. It was the first time that mass conversion took place and make it more accessible to the public, which is something that we as a cultural heritage institution, of course, want to do. We want to get people access to all what we have in stock. Still being used today. Lots of people, lots of institutions are practicing microfilming for preservation uses. I do have an opinion about that. But everybody has to choose for themselves. It's not the wisest way to actually image something or to convert something, in my perspective. But it's still a valid method. Once we stepped over to digital photography, the digitization cultural heritage adopted also the digital photography to actually make imaging better, wide used, and it was also implemented in mass digitization of cultural heritage. Thing is, with all the new shiny toys, everybody did what he or she thought best. So we created a lot of images that were nice and shiny and great and not two are alike, which is a kind of a problem in the field that we are actually working in, because we want something that we can actually document, find, and also store for hopefully eternity. So first of all, there were some practical guidelines that had to be established, and every institution or every photography department did it for themselves. And it was institution A did it this way, institution B did it that way. We had somebody use TIFF, somebody used JPEG, somebody used something else, somebody used it full frame, not full frame, 300 ppi, 100 ppi. You can find everything everywhere in every institution because it was historically not unified. That's a shame. So back in the days, pretty old now, from our perspective, in 2004, NARA, which is the National Archive and Record Administration of the United States, wrote up their first set of specs. And NARA is part of the FACI initiative, which is the Federal Agencies Guidelines Initiative, but nobody says that. Everybody says FACI. FACI consists, like the ISO, with a lot of working groups, not only for still imaging, but one part of the working group is for still imaging. And NARA is a big part of that. So in 2004, they wrote the first specs. In 2007, the Dutch Royal Library published a first draft version, 0.7, of the Metamorphose guidelines. Metamorphose, as I said before, is a program for Dutch cultural heritage on paper, and they also said, well, we are from the microfilming and we need to go further. Digital imaging, how do we do it? So they have used their money to actually have research done and create guidelines for that. In 2010, the first real FACI version, so the federal agencies, published their first version together in America. And there we see, in Europe, we had Metamorphose, which was really big, and the other one was in America, which is FACI, which was really big. And 2010, whenever somebody actually said in Europe, well, FACI, very hard to read, very unfriendly for users. It was really a pain to read it, really. I mean, I've tried it several times, and I understand why people gave up on it. So they actually rather took the draft version of Metamorphose to put that in place than to use FACI, because FACI was just really a pain in the ass to read. So that was a little bit the experience back then. 2012, Metamorphose, the office of Metamorphose, actually published the first set of real guidelines. Metamorphose version 1.0 was published in 2012, and I will say it right here, right now. This is the only valid version of the guidelines yet. 2022, it is 10 years old, it has not changed. The official guideline is now 10 years old, and it will not change ever. 2016, well, actually before, also the people in the FACI working group said, well, such a shame that our guidelines are not used widely because they are so, well, user-unfriendly written. Let's try it and make them better. And they succeeded. 2016, they published a new FACI version, as the FACI 2016 version. It's not so creative, but well, I'm not creative either, so that's okay. And it was very readable. It was very easy to read. It had a lot of helping hands. It gave a lot of tips. It gave a lot of tricks. And it's still very a long read. It's over 100 pages to read. And not everything is for everybody. Okay, but still, it was there. And I don't know if you know it, but ever since Metamorphose and FACI existed, people thought, well, this is America, this is Europe, so there is a real battle in here. No, there was not, never was. Actually, they were always talking to each other. The Europeans and the Americans were always reviewing each other's guidelines, and they were actually commenting on each other's guidelines, so they were always working together. But nobody knew. So here is the deal. Everybody thought it's so impractical to have two different guidelines. Why don't you have an ISO standard covering the whole world? And that's what they did. They worked together, and it actually started at least 7 years before the first publishing. In 2017, in April, the first version of the ISO standard 19264-1 was published. Within the working group, there are experts from Europe, experts from Metamorphose, as well as experts from FACI in there. So it's really a collaboration of both worlds, FACI and Metamorphose, that created the ISO standard. In 2018, rumors of Metamorphose 2.0 came up, but as I said before, that's only rumors. They will probably never see the day of light. As of today, I don't know, maybe in 10 years, I'm standing here before you and I'm saying completely different things, and I'm wrong here now, but as of now, there is no sign of Metamorphose 2.0. So, in the sense of this workshop, I will not talk about Metamorphose anymore, because a guideline that is 10 years old, that is outdated by an ISO standard, that is outdated by technology, is not worth implementing. That's a statement that I'm making here right now. It's not worth using Metamorphose anymore with the current state of the art. Well, the current state of the art is 2021. Last year, a revised version came out in June from ISO standard 19264-1. Minor changes. There's one really big change in there that I will talk about in, well, the future. This year, in summer, something else happened. The FACI initiative, the FACI working group, part of which is part of the ISO group, said, well, we have to translate the ISO standard into FACI guidelines because, well, we are FACI and we are the federal agencies, we need a federal agencies guideline that we need to implement here. Okay, so they took their guidelines and they made a new version relating to the ISO standard, and it was released for public feedback. In July, public feedback closed in October, and at this moment in time, they are reviewing and discussing the public feedback. And in 2023, they will publish the new FATI version relating to the ISO standard 19264-1. So for reflective material, there will be a FATI version relating back to the ISO standard. Now you can ask, why do that? Well, because we will dive into the two. And then you will see clear why we need a guideline and why we need a standard. Well, at least I hope I make it clear. If not, please tell me. What else happened in the meantime is, well, we have a new ISO technical report, TR, 9263-1, which tells you something about the workflow behind the ISO 19264-1 standard. How you should set up a workflow, why set up this workflow, and everything like that. And a very, well, old version of 19262. 19262 is basically the glossary for 19263 and 19264. So together, all three of those form the ISO environment of the ISO standard that is relating to our field cultural heritage, digitization of cultural heritage. So without further ado, we should take a look. And I will try the technique here. There we go. Maybe make it a little bit smaller so people can actually see something. Here we go. 19262. It's called Photography Archiving Systems Vocabulary, which is kind of nice. I have basically no clue if they make Polish translations of everything, but I know they have them in English. So I have the English versions available. And, well, it contains, well, references, terms, and different definitions, like a good glossary should do. Just to show you how that works is, well, here's a word that is used in the ISO standard, and here is what the definition is. There might also be another ISO standard that it relates to, where the source is actually written in here. So in the whole environment, you have a closed environment to another ISO standard, which is what I said before. We are actually leeching a lot of information from other already existing ISO standards. And it goes on and forth like this for a lot of pages. I'm sorry, I've worked in the Netherlands. My PDFs are in Dutch. And it goes on and on and on and on and on. I mean, you can read it if you have time, if you really want to. I wouldn't suggest it. It's not really a recommendation. It's kind of a boring read, how to define what the definition of an ISO group is about one or the other thing. And it's also not necessary. Not really. So here is only a little list of what our ISO TC42 photography group already published, 2009, 1930, 1993, 1994, all the other stuff that they did before. So a lot of those things were also for analog photography, of course, because that's the group that is for both analog and digital. And they've been quite busy. So it's not our only standard that is in this working group, but there are a lot of those. Just to give you a little overview. But a really, 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 really interesting thing, of course, is the ISO standard 19264, and this is the newest version, 2021 in June, published. And how does it look? Well, first of all, it states very clearly it's for reflective originals. So no transmissive, but it doesn't state if it's for 3D and 2D yet. But it states it's also part 1, which is basically relating to this here. If you see a part 2, then it should state here a 2, and basically it does not exist yet, so it's fake if you see it now. And of course, we have a content. And luckily for us, there are also terms and definitions in here that relate back to, well, the glossary, basically. It says something about a scope, and it says something about system setup and calibration, imaging system quality analysis procedures, and it says something about characteristics and metrics, about reporting results, but it does not say anything about use cases. It does not say anything about how to get it online, how to do it online. It doesn't say anything about metadata, not about metadata of technical point of view or any other kind of metadata. It says something about really the signal processing. And it says something about test charts requirements. And here is the big, change in the versions from 2017 to 2021. Annex A is normative, and it was normative before, so the test chart requirements are there. You can't change them. They are for any test chart the same, and they have to be obliged. Annex B is now informative, and it states here guidelines for imaging performance aims and tolerances. And this is the part where we will dive in a little bit more. The really big change between 2017 and 2021 is exactly that word. In 2017, it was normative, and now it's informative. This has a big influence on how we use or need to use the ISO standard. This one little word makes up a whole difference for the use cases that we actually have and how we can implement an ISO standard. Well, Annex C is an example for Annex A, because the test chart requirements are for all the same, but you can actually produce it in different ways. One of the examples would be the Universal Test Target UTT, and it's as an example here. And of course, like every good paper, it has a bibliography. So this is the ISO standard itself, and then we have the technical report, and it also states specifically it's not a standard, it's a technical report, and it's the first edition 2017-3, which is March, and it's best practices for digital image capture of cultural heritage material. So if you want to follow the ISO standard, or if you want to follow a guideline, it could still be useful to have the best practices for digital image capture of cultural heritage material in your office. For both of the things, like the ISO standard 9264 and 9263, the technical report, I will say, quite honestly, it's not a bad time read. Not at all. It's very technical. You have to get yourself to it, take some time, know what you don't need to know so in detail, then it's okay. But, well, there are better things to read. So, anyways, it's very useful as a lookup thing. to have in your office, in your institution, because whenever you need to buy something, you need to change something in your workflow, well, you can always look it up in the best practices. Doesn't mean you need to follow it, because they're only best practices. So you have to change it to your own institution. But still, it's a useful, well, encyclopedia for it. How does this look in the content? Well, as any good paper, forward, introduction, scope, and then the analysis of image quality. How to actually do all this stuff, what are the characteristics, what are the chart features, and all the other technical parameters in there. What quality levels would you have, and also basic principles of image capture and processing, how to, and the imaging setup and calibration, which we'll also talk a little bit about what's actually that, and the application of image quality analysis using the ISO 19264, of course. And then you have some annexes that are interesting, but, well, lookups. You don't need to know that, basically. You can always look that up. So that's basically the environment of the ISO standard. I'm just looking at the clock for a coffee break, because either I'm diving now deeper into the ISO standard, or we are taking a break. Taking a break? Coffee break. Yes. There you go. So, welcome back, everyone. Now that we have some caffeine and tea into the whole thing, we can dig deeper into the technical nitty-gritties of an ISO standard. And I'm being quite honest here, I'm a big fan of the ISO standard 19264. I mean, I don't know if you already could tell by my presentation, but I'm really a big fan because it makes life so much easier for me as a person who has to get out contracts, but also to have the quality assurance set up and also to have something that people really all over the world can understand. But there is another reason why I really like the ISO standard, and that is because I think the introduction, for example, is written really, really well. Not all of the ISO standards that I've read in my life are specifically that clear, but this one I think really states what we are talking about. And what does it say? Electronic imaging systems, which is the thing we are using. We are not scanning. We are not. We are digitizing. Scanners and scanning is one of the possible technologies that we are using in digitization. So we are not producing scans, and we are not using scanners when we're actually using a camera. There is a big difference. So what we are actually using is electronic imaging systems, such as scanners and cameras, can be used for digitizing physical records, and so on and so forth. The resulting digital images can be more or less accurate in terms of how well they reproduce the original record tones, colors, and details, which is something that we, of course, want to change. They should not be more or less accurate, they should be actually accurate. So, it states up front in the first paragraph what we're actually doing and what we're aiming for. In the second paragraph, it also states, for example, in some organizations where considerable resources are put in the digitalization project, it is key to ensure that the required imaging systems quality is met and that it is consistent. And that, for me, is one of the most important things in digitalization of cultural heritage. We want to be consistent, and we want to have a known quality. We don't want to have just an image because it looks nice or because we can publish it. We want a quality that we can ensure, and we want that quality consistent over the time. Reproducible and retraceable. Imaging systems can help us with that, and the ISO standard can help us make sure that our imaging systems actually meet what we want. But it also says, while the need to ensure imaging systems quality is generic, it is a generic need that we have, the required level of imaging systems quality and accuracy is use case specific. I will need different things if I'm doing a painting like the Rijksmuseum's Night Watch than I will do for a newspaper. That means we have use case specific interpretations of something that is an ISO standard. I will come to that. Also, some imaging processing programs, such as optical character recognitions, need something else than, for example, a conservation department. So we have to read it within the field that we're actually in. If I'm in the museum, I will read it or need something different than I will for an archive, where I have a lot of heterogenic collections, where I have to find maybe a generic 90% okay thing, while in a library when I can state, well, everything I'm doing is newspapers, I have a completely different situation. And I don't have only newspapers in the library, I know that. That was just an example. So, while we are doing this, the ISO standard also states clearly, we are doing it for preservation and not only to get a visually pleasing image, which is a different thing. Also very different, for example, a marketing communications department to know when we are digitizing to an ISO standard, to a FACI guideline, that what we get out of it might not be exactly what they intended, but that's okay, because now we have created actually a master image. I will come to that later. And it also states how to read it. To support this document, there is a glossary 19262 that I've mentioned before, and also there is a technical report 19263 that provides practical guidance on how to use this document. So if you're actually trying to implement an ISO standard, first of all should, everybody should, in my experience, my opinion also, but you need practical guidance 19263 and 19264 to actually have the whole environment. Yes, they do cost money. I'm completely aware of that, but it's a minor investment to get those documents because you can use it for a lot of things, including how to get management to fund it. And because they are very well written, they have actually all the arguments for us in there. So, without further ado, how does this look? A lot of white pages too in this document, but well. Here is the scope. It specifically says what the ISO standard is about. It describes a method for analyzing imaging systems quality. What does it not do? Anyone feeling brave? Well, it does not say anything about the actual quality of the one image that we're producing. It says something about imaging systems quality, which is a completely different thing. And an important note to make. It does not say anything about the actual image of the original that we are converting into a digital file. It says something about how the system with which it is created is performing. Very important notion, very important confusion that I'm encountering more often. We're not talking about the one image, the second image, the third image. We're talking about something before that, the image system that is making actually the images. So, we have a lot of normative references to all the other standards that are really important, but we don't need to read because, luckily for us, they have implemented all of this in our standard here. Terms and definitions, of course, if you have time, spare time, are really interested in, read it, follow all the links. It's a load of information that can be useful, but it might not be for everybody, and you don't really need to know each detail of that to actually use the ISO standard. So, there comes the thing where we relate back to the glossary. Some terms and definitions will be in here too. So, you have here a reference to the glossary, what is in here in the glossary. You can also see how they intended a word to be read. And they, meaning the ISO authors that have written the thing. And here we have a very interesting thing about digitization, because I've started my presentation with what is digitization. Well, here they are telling us it's the act of generating a digital quantized representation of a continuous signal. Well, okay, that's great, but, well, somewhere the signal has to come from. So we extend the whole thing to the analog thing, and we are not only talking about the signal. But in the case of this standard, it has to be read like that, but it also means exactly what we mean with that. And it goes on and on and on and tells us a lot of definitions, which is interesting, but more like a lookup table. You don't need to read or know everything by heart. You could. I would be very impressed if you did. I don't, really honestly. I have to look up certain things too because it's way too long. But then you have chapter 4, which is the really important chapter here, system setup and calibration. And it states, well, you have to ensure that you are carefully setting up your system to be consistent, repeatable, with high quality, and otherwise it won't work really well. Which is kind of, yeah, right, of course we do. But you wouldn't believe how often I'm encountering people and institutions that forget about that. Because they are buying equipment, they get it out of the box, put it in their place, and well, magically it should do what it do. But it doesn't. And then it doesn't give you the quality you want, which is kind of strange. But well, then you go there, did you set it up? Did you actually do the calibration and everything? And I'm like, well, no. Well, yeah, here you go. Then we need to fix that. That was an easy one. So, that's the first part. And the ISO standard is really nice. It tells you just to do that. Then some pretty obvious things. The camera needs to be mounted on a solid stand that does not move during exposure. Great advice. Most of the times, systems don't move, but they can move. And if you have a handheld camera system, you probably won't be very consistent in your quality, but I think we can all relate to that. So it tells you a lot of things about camera scanning, white balancing, exposure, ICC profiling, all this kind of stuff that you need to do or should do for systems to set them up correctly and have an imaging system quality analysis procedure. And there we go. This is a representation of a very easy workflow that you can find basically everywhere. You have a test chart, an imaging system, input, output, reference values, and you have a report, and you are passing it in the end, or you are not passing it, and then something is wrong with your imaging system. And you have to fix that. I will come to all this in practice at a later time in this workshop. I'm just doing here the theory of the whole thing. But the nice thing is, you don't need to learn everything by heart. If you forget it, you can just use the ISO standard as a lookup. And then we have the imaging systems quality characteristics and metrics, and they are all spelled out here very nicely and very technical. So there are parameters in a system, in a signal, in an image, basically, that we are analyzing. And you can group them together into certain chapters. For example, tones and noises. So tones and noises consists of tone reproduction, and it consists of gain modulation and of noise, and isoscanner dynamic range and banding, and more banding, and defect pixels, before we go to color. So tones and noises do have certain chapters underneath. For each of the chapters, it states what it is. First of all, tone reproduction. What is the description of tone reproduction? That's the beauty of the ISO standard. You don't need to know everything. You can just read it, and then you can look it up if you want to know more. You don't need to, but if you would want to, you can actually see the related standards, depending on which kind of system you're using for cameras or for scanners, for example, if they exist for different kinds of equipment. So it states what exactly is meant, where you can find even more information, and how you would measure it. And it's very mathematical, science. You don't need to actually know how to calculate it. There is this beautiful thing in practice that you have software available that will actually do the calculations for you. But if you're interested, or if you don't have the software available, or you want to write software yourself because you need to, you have time, it's your hobby, then you can actually find how it's calculated here. In a reference target, and there is one thing that I did not ask. Does anyone not know what a target is if I'm using the word target? Everybody knows what a target is? Yes? Okay, then I will not explain that any further. I've been in workshops where people didn't know what a target is. So I'm also giving lectures at universities, and there are people that don't know what a target is, so I'm learned that I have to ask these questions, I'm sorry. So in a reference target, where on a reference target would I find the thing that is actually giving me the calculation for the tone reproduction? In this case, the tone reproduction is the grayscale, as we know, and it also states where in the test chart requirement in Annex A this would be found. Okay, so now we know that we have something that we want to measure, how we measure it, and what it is that we measure. But what actually do we want? What's the aim of the whole thing? Well, luckily for us, it also states that. The smaller the deviation, la 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 la. So we actually know what we are looking for. Also known as the tone response is nice because then you know if somebody is actually using a tone response or a tonal reproduction or a tone reproduction or an OECF, they all relate back to the same thing. So with this little chapter, you have basically the parameter spelled out in front of you. Once again, nice if you know it by heart, would be very impressed. You don't need to in practice. And this goes on for the gain modulation, of course, and there you see an even more mathematical formula. If you want to, as I said before, feel free. You don't need to. There's software available for that. Luckily for us, because I'm not a mathematician either. And it goes on and on and on. And that only gives us anything about tone and noise. So you see, it's a very complex thing, it's a very technical thing, but it's also very thorough. You can find basically everything that you need in this one document. For color, well, here we go, exactly the same thing. Which kind of ISO standard are we relating it back to? How are we defining white balance, for example? How we are calculating it? With which formula? What is the aim? And, most important, where would we actually measure it in the reference target? And even here, white balance, we are measuring in the grayscales, not in the color patches. Something that a lot of people find surprising. But yeah, we do that. Color reproduction. That is an interesting one, and especially because there is a little thing here that we have discussed in the international community quite for some time. Before 6, 7, 8 years, the color formula that was calculated was C delta E 1978. It was a very easy mathematical formula. Basically everybody could do it, even me. I could do it when I was opening Photoshop and I was having a calculator at the side and I was doing it by myself. It was easy, no problem. But it was very old and it was not very good. So very soon actually, Facci changed for a delta E 2000 formula, which was mathematically way more challenging, and I didn't do it by hand anymore, and I was glad that there was some software available. But then research went on, and there is something very important to know. This is not the end of where we are. This is state of the art 2022. if I'm standing here in 10 years from now, I will tell you the next best thing, because the research does not stop. The research on color reproduction doesn't stop. The research on all this math does not stop. So if there is a change, they will make it better. Delta E 2000 was found as not exactly matching our needs in the cultural heritage community. So they had an SL1 addition to it. And if you really want to dive into that, Roy Burns will give you a lecture of 2 hours for that. Great stuff. You don't need to know it, only if you're really interested. But it's a very important thing if you are looking into software, and if you want to know which kind of formula does it use to write formula, because it's very important. It will give you two completely different results if it uses one or the other formula. You need to look, and you need to know, Delta E 2000 SL1 is the one that is actually used by the ISO standard. Not used by FACI, 2016, Metamorphose has even 1978 still in there. So there are really differences in all those things, and the ISO standard is the newest math, basically, so it uses Delta E 2000 SL1. Well, and here the aim is very easy. And sometimes I think, well, you can't make it any simpler for management purposes either. The smaller the color difference, the more accurate the color reproduction. I mean, everybody can understand that. We can just copy-paste the ISO standard into our management argumentation. That's what we all want, that's what we all need. Make our life easy. Goes on with color misregistration, of course, and then you have details, like small little detail, sampling rate. It says something about sampling rate. It says something about resolution. It also says something about sharpening and the MTF50. And for those technical people in here in the room, it does say something about an obtained sampling rate, by the way, and what the limiting resolution of a system is, which is a 10% modulation threshold, which could also be seen as the MTF10, sorry, but it's here in an SFR measurement with slanted edge targets. Then we have the MTF50, the acutance, and that's it. So why I was going back was normally, people who know Metamorphose, for example, know that there is an MTF10 threshold and an MTF50 threshold. The ISO standard doesn't state that there is an MTF10 threshold. It states that there is an MTF50 threshold, and it says the limiting resolution is the MTF10. So you have to be a little bit looking into what you're actually seeing and what you're actually doing. They state exactly the same parameters, it's just not named the same way. It basically states here, analysis of the edge spread function in the slanted edge target, use the sampling frequency at 10% modulation threshold for limiting resolution, and that basically translates into what we normally say is MTF10, approximately. Geometry, very nice, also in different little chapters, distortion, reproduction scale. And then we have a really interesting part for reporting results. Reporting results is something that is, I'm very happy it's in the ISO standard, because it does not state only, well, here you go, your resolution has to be X. Now it actually tells you how to report it back, or how we should be expecting that a software is actually reporting it back to us. What are the really, really important things that we need to know if we are reading a report from an image? Because basically, well, you should look at each image of a target. You can't really see all those parameters. You have math that you can't do, or you can do, but basically you need software that actually analyzes your picture, and software is, well, good or not good, but different in any way, and you need to understand what the actual software is telling you back. So I'm really happy that they included that in the ISO standard because it says something about what we should be expecting. Well, together with other information about this parameter, it should state something about, and then we can come into the field of metadata, which is not kind of really clear if it's metadata or if it's only technical stuff, or if it's real metadata, because if you ask a librarian what is metadata, well, they can go on and on and on about metadata that I'm not interested in digitization anyways, because it's cataloging. Cataloging is something different than the metadata that I'm interested in. And if I'm doing OCR, well, there's a whole kind of set of metadata that I'm not interested in capturing anyway, but I still need it for the OCR. So if we talk about metadata, we need to define too what kind of metadata. The word metadata is not being used in the ISO standard. And there is good reason for it, because it's way too fluffy, vaguely a word. So what they say instead is, we need certain information about an image, how it was created, with which hardware, with which model, ideally with the serial number, but believe me, 90% of the times you won't get any serial number of any of the equipment. What kind of lens is in there? Ideally, a manufacturer, a model, and a serial number. Again, serial numbers of lenses pretty hard to get. Lighting, well, okay, that's a no-brainer. Date, time, and location of the measurement. Well, it could make a difference when I do the measurement. Used image processing software, kind of important, because not every software will do the same thing to your signal, how to process the signal out. And camera settings that impact the image quality. Well, for example, if somebody forgot to turn off the dust removal, could give you a completely different thing. If you have the sharpening on, for example, could be. So everything that is impacting the imaging quality, including, of course, aperture, shutter speed, ISO, for all those systems where it is applicable. Important image data, kind of a vaguely thing. What do we exactly need from that? Image data. But then they say, including image white height, claimed sampling rate, bits per sample, color encoding, color profile. So the really basic stuff that we need in order to be able to render an image. Or that's actually a software needs, because we don't do that. Then we get examples of what kind of things do we want back. And the beauty of the ISO standard is that it basically suggests somewhere that you have reference data, or at least theoretical data. So when we have the grayscale, for example, it states there should be at least 15 patches in an equally spaced out L-star scheme from 95 to 5. And they actually give an example with a 20-step scale. So ideally, theoretically, my brightest patch on the grayscale will be L-star 95. My image that I get back from the camera or scanner is 96, so my delta L-star value is 1. That's basically what we want to see in a report. What's the reference? What's the actual measurement? What's the difference? And the difference, of course, calculated in the right formula. gives that in different possibilities. For example, also the tone reproduction, you could either have a table that you can actually read in numbers, or if you are more a graph person and you want to have a representation in graphs, then you can also make that, of course, in a plot, and then you have a graph. So both is fine. They are just examples on how to actually get a report from software back. And that goes for all of the nice parameters that we have seen before that are described in graphs and in tables. Depending on your software, basically, and also what you actually want. There is software out there that can give you both a graph and a table. And the tables are not for everybody to read because it's a lot of numbers and you have to know where in the table is what. And the graphs are not always the same. Some have like, unreadable graphs in there. Depends on what kind of software you're using. Sometimes it's easier to understand, sometimes it does not help at all. Important is that when you have a graph that the x and y axis always have to be checked on which scale we are exactly, because that can make a huge difference. And what are the tolerances? How do they actually present visually the tolerances that you have? And that's really for each software completely different. So you get a lot of information and tips on how to actually get a report back or what results you should expect. And then you have the normative, really mandatory test chart requirements. And here is the thing. There are targets out there, lots of targets. Lots of targets are not conforming to the ISO standard. There are targets that are conforming to the ISO standard, which means you can actually buy them. You order them on the internet, you pay, they get delivered, there you go, it's done. And they have to oblige to those chart requirements. But the test chart requirements are open. So the layout of the targets is open for everybody. If you're feeling like having time, money, do-it-yourself kind of capacity, which I don't have, but some other people have, everybody can make his or her own target according to the ISO standard. Very important. There is no need to buy it. No need to buy a target. You have all the specifications in the chart requirements. The only thing the ISO standard says, it has to adhere to those requirements. And if you're feeling creative, you can make your own. There are pros and cons to that. The pro is you don't have to buy it. Okay, the con is it will cost you your own time. Depends on how valuable is your own time. It might be cheaper or it might be more expensive than buying one and letting it ship here. The other thing is you have to really read and understand what it says here. That can be pro, that can also be con, because, well, you need time to actually do that. Then there is this other thing, that you have to create something, and in order to make sure that it actually works, you have to measure it yourself. There you fall into another thing. Are you capable? Do you have the equipment to actually measure it? Do you know how to report it? Do you know how to get all the equipment? Is it really standardized? Is your measurement unit standardized enough to actually see if the results are really within those thresholds for the production? It costs a lot of time, knowledge, and, well, for me always, well, if I can buy it for a lot less money than I would need to spend myself on it, I'd rather buy it. It's faster, it's cheaper, and that's why I buy my targets. And I buy them measured because I don't have the time and the money to actually measure it myself or to buy all the equipment to measure it myself and then to have a measurement scheme that actually proves that I am capable of stating that it is within the requirement. So while this is let's say the comfy option, just to buy it, the ISO standard does not say you need to buy it. It says, here is all the things that you need to know, and you can actually do it yourself. And that's very important because people always say, well, adhering to an ISO standard costs so much money. Actually, it does not. There is something that you need to calculate for each institution yourself. Do you have the knowledge, the capacity, the competence, and everything else in-house to do it yourself? Feel free. It gives you all the information. If not, it's probably cheaper just to buy something that's off the shelf because it's already there. And yes, they are expensive for a one-time investment, let's put it this way. Or in this moment, they could be seen as very expensive. The lucky thing is you don't need to buy it each month or each week. They last for some time. And by the way, if you're just creating them yourself, okay, you will get faster probably because now you already have your own chart layout and you have everything set in place. But still, it costs also money to actually create the target. The question is it more or less, basically? So, but here you would find, in case you want, all the information to actually create this kind of target. And very important to go back, this is only for reflective material. Probably, when ISO 19264-2 for transmissive material will come, it will have the same build-up. So it will probably also give you an idea how to build your own target for transmissive material. But there is even more complications on that. And let alone that we talk about 3D, well, of course, everybody wants a 3D imaging standard, but that's not what I see in the near future anyway. So probably in 10 years, I will be standing here and I will say, well, there's still no 3D standard because they're still working on it. But who knows? Maybe we are all surprised by then. And here is the really, really important thing for the practical usage of an ISO standard in an institution like ours. Guidelines for imaging performance, aims, and tolerances. And here is the important thing. It states guidelines, which means, well, there is an ISO standard, and there you have guidelines within the ISO standard, which makes it a little bit strange. And it says informative. So going back to what I said way earlier, when you're working with external vendors, they could tell, well, it's just a guideline. I don't need to adhere to this and that, even if I'm saying this is an ISO standard. Well, yes and no. I can state I want to follow the ISO standard, which means they have to adhere to a certain workflow in order to achieve it, and also a certain test chart pattern that I can actually manage to read out. And I can also make it easy for them and for me to state level A, B, or C. So the ISO standard has 3 quality levels, A, B, and C. C being the lowest, B being the middle one, A being the highest. And this is a difference to FACI because FACI has 4. They call it star levels, but actually it's only 3, but we will come to that later. So level A, B, and C. What the ISO standard does not tell you. First of all, it doesn't tell you when to use A, B, and C, which means the people responsible for digitization in an institution that want to put out a contract or their internal digitization need to define which kind of digitization level do I want. What do I want, quality level A, B, or C? On what does it depend? Anyone feeling lucky? No? Yes, thank you.
It depends on type of material processed.
Thank you. Exactly. What kind of object do I want to digitize? What would I say for newspaper?
The lowest possible.
The lowest possible. Okay. Yes and no. Depends. Okay. So here is the deal. The lowest possible quality level in an ISO standard, or the highest possible quality level in an ISO standard, it says nothing about on which scale I'm doing this. The ISO standard does not include PPI requirements. The thing that most of us probably have heard before is, I want a high quality image, either from the management, from the communication, from whatever department. I want a high quality image. What does that mean? I mean, what is a high quality image? So most of the times when I'm asking back this question at institutions, in my consulting, they're like, well, 600 PPI. And I'm like, 600 PPI. It's great, where do we get this number from? Is it really something? Or, well, it's a high PPI, so high PPI is high quality. Well, there's a whole discussion about that. And then we come to the conclusion, well, actually for newspapers, there are some PPI requirements that are out there, studied and well, and it's 400. That's basically what everybody says. So 400 for newspaper comes from very early studies on OCR quality, because that's the thing that we want with newspapers is OCR. Let's say 10 years ago, completely valid thing. 2022, we don't need 400. There is not enough detail in a newspaper to say 400 is a good idea. So 300 would be cool. 300 is a lot of detail in there, exactly the right amount, file size, everything like that. Do I want a level C? Yes and no. Basically, we can say level B, the middle one, is the one thing that works for almost everything on a preservation grade level, where we get all the detail in the original, also in the digital image. Level C has a little bit more threshold on some things that we maybe not really want. So, for example, the white balance is a little bit more than with a level B. The color reproduction is not exactly a difference, so we are fine on color. The sampling rate, well, there is a difference, especially when I go for the MTF10. So if I state I would like to have 300 as an MTF10, or as a sampling rate, and I get only 70% of that as a limiting resolution, well, I'm more like in the 230, something like that. I have to accept it, so my actual PPI is very low, and with 80%, I'm definitely much higher. So if I have, for example, a really bad external vendor that is just hitting the 70%, my image could get blurry on the 300 PPI claim. That's just kind of not what I really want. So I'm safer with level B. But I can still have anything with level C on a newspaper. So yes and no. Depends a little bit on if I know my market or if I do it internally or externally. Safe option level B could be level C. I can say in America, level B is the one thing to go. Nobody wants to do level C. Federal agencies and level C is an absolute no-go. So if you have a private institution, a small institution, something like that, okay, they could do their internal thing with level C. If you talk federal government, level B is the lowest that they will go. But okay, that's America. And it's different in each country. For example, can say in the Netherlands, level C, approximately for newspapers is completely fine. They're doing it all the time. 300 PPI with OCR is no problem, by the way. For years, there should be a new study, by the way, now that I think about it, that 300 PPI is fine for newspapers too. Yeah, so here's the thing. The easy thing is level A, level B, level C. Level A being all the high-end stuff like paintings, like sketchbooks, all the other unique stuff. Handwritten material could be level B, for example. But important, it does not state anything about a PPI. Not at all. The whole ISO standard will not tell you you have to do 300 PPI for that, 400 for that, 700 for that, or anything like that. You will not find that in the ISO standard. The other thing you will not find in the ISO standard is color profiles. It will not tell you you have to use Adobe 1998. It will not tell you you have to use sRGB or anything like that. It's not written for color profiles. It is written as a color profile independent ISO standard, which is something you need to know if you want to use it. If you want somebody to understand what they should give you back, the product needs a color profile, and it's not enough to say, well, I want ISO level B. Okay, and what resolution and what color profile do you need? It's not saying that. There are also people that actually state very prominently, external vendors in their offers, that the ISO standard states it has to be Adobe RGB 1998 and you are not allowed to ask for anything else. That's not true. It's just blunt lie. The ISO standard does not state anything like that. You can ask for any color profile that you actually want and for any PPI that you want. It says something completely different. It says you have to have 85% of the claimed sampling rate, for example. You have to have modulation requirements and everything like that. So it states completely different things and color profile independent. Very important to know. Also, because it's informative, you would need to tell people that you are actually obliging them to adhere to this specific table with level A, B, and C. So the beauty of having it informative is now I can actually mix and match it. I can say I want a parameter of sampling efficiency. Let's go there. Where we have the resolution measured as frequency, where 10% modulation, la la la. From level A, while I do not think that my material actually needs the color, so I use the color parameter from level B, which is kind of hard when you have a normative table that you read. People will get very confused if you're changing things. But now you can actually mix and match very easily without having a problem in the definitions. So that's how you could use that, how you might want to use it. And then here you go. If you're feeling very, very do-it-yourself, as I said before, you want to create your own target and you have no idea how to create an own target, there would be an example, and I'm not sure that all of you know what a UTT looks like. Show of hands, who is using an UTT? One, okay, one. Well, there you go. One person, great. A UTT target has a lot of things in there, and the interesting part is it's a multi-pattern chart. So it's not something that is for one parameters, but for a lot of parameters. we will just have a look at that. This is basically how it looks. In a very bad picture, I know, but it's a PDF and it's whatever. It's also not complete, but well, there is a basic A3 version where you can see that you have some color in there, you have some gray patches, slanted edges, so all the parameters can be actually measured within one target that are described in the ISO standard, which makes it a very easy, practical to use thing. And it doesn't need to look like that, but it can. If you are having larger equipment, you maybe need an A2 target, which is basically 2 A3 targets, or even more, or even more. So, luckily for us, there is software on the market that can actually measure all that, because if you have to measure all targets with A3 by yourself, it's, well, challenging. It takes a lot of time. But the software is actually available. You just say, well, here, A0 size, this serial number, feel free, and then you just go for a coffee, and when you come back, it's there. What you have here in the tolerances is production tolerances of a target, not to mix up with the tolerances in the ISO level parameters. Those are two different things, so important to note. You have the table where you have, this is an ISO level, requirement level A, B, and C, and they have nothing to do with the production tolerances of an ISO target. So the chart target has its own production tolerances, and they will be found here. And it goes on and on and on and on like this for all the parameters that are in the ISO target, in the multi-pattern chart target. Lots of stuff, lots of tables, but they are really for the creation of, in order to get yourself to this target that you might want to buy if you are not feeling very creative and do it yourself. Maybe a really important note here, I do throw around a lot of names because they're known or widely used. None of the brand names that I'm using are encouragement for anything. There are always more than one brand. UTT is a target name. They have it registered. I'm not saying you need to buy a UTT target, but it is something that's in the ISO standard. So there are different other options, and I will show also another option for that. But just so you know, there are no endorsements from me for any brand, for anything, neither a target nor an equipment. But I will need to use some brand names because, well, everybody knows them anyway, and by the way, everybody uses them anyway. So with that, I'm pretty sure everybody can read an ISO standard now and can feel confident about it and not leave it at a bedside table, because that would give you probably some nightmares. Any questions? Yes.
No, thank you. A question, maybe even a discussion about what we talked before about newspapers, digitization, and we were talking about selecting by type, but newspapers, within newspapers you can have also subtypes. And I would say that's why I said lowest possible, because we were talking about OCR and text recognition, and if there are no images in newspapers, you can use the lowest possible and get good results, and you confirm that later. So I would say I would do it for some newspapers that don't have any images. But when you have rasterized images in newspapers, they need more resolution.
Yes and no. Secret? I'm doing them on level C myself, all of them.
Great.
Even with images, it doesn't matter. The printed images in newspapers normally don't have that much detail that they require level B. Especially when I said before, if I know my market and I know that I have all my vendors not hitting the 70%, so the lowest of the lowest, then I'm completely fine with that. It's hard to actually make the distinction when you're doing mass digitization because, well, a newspaper title changes over the years. So while we have in the, 1780s, like the 4-page newspaper where you have only text, because that's what they were back then, it changed and changed and changed and got more printed images in there. But most of the times, they are not that great in detail. So if you have specified it good enough with your resolution, with your everything else, then you shouldn't have a problem.
Yes, all is fine until the offset printing.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, I make a real distinction between journals and newspapers, because a journal will never go on level C with me. That will create completely different images. With newspapers, I'm basically on the really newspapery, paper color, black ink, no color ink and stuff like that. As soon as we are going in the realm of the new stuff, like white paper with optical enrichment.
Yeah, the glossy paper.
Glossy papers. No newspaper with glossy paper. That's journals. So I make a distinction between glossy is a journal. It would not go on level C. It needs level B, at least. And then everything that's really the old stuff would be possible on level C. So that's absolutely with you there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question, comments?
One other thing that I'd like to note, what the ISO standard doesn't tell us, or at least I get the feeling it doesn't tell us, is what kind of equipment had been used to take the measurements that provides the grounds for all those aims and tolerances. And maybe it's not important, or maybe it's for some ethical purposes, but ISO standard offers us certain recommendations pertaining to the hardware, but on the other hand, it doesn't tell us what kind of equipment they used to create such recommendations.
Ah.
I don't know if my question is valid, but I'm simply curious.
Curiosity is always valid. Yeah,
Thank you very much.
The simple answer to that is experience and research. It's not basically only equipment, it's a lot of equipments that they have used and a lot of scientific research. So a lot of the things that we are relying on come from a different realm, like image processing, image science. There are master's PhDs for that tell you how an image or how a signal is transferred through a pipeline and what happens. They're independent of which kind of equipment you have. It's just simple, a scientific way of how a signal gets transferred and computed. So not for each thing you need equipment, and for other things like a recommendation, what is visually perceptual, right, valid, not valid, there is research done. and this research is incorporated in those parameters. So it would be very extensive to have all this incorporated in an ISO standard. The ISO standards don't, in general, do that at all. But the research is there, and the bibliography tells you a little bit on where you could find it. If you want more information on that, this is where you need to go, this paper, this research, this book. So there's a lot of things that they brought for us together in order to be able to use it. And, well, I always say I'm a lazy person. I don't want to read all the stuff. I'm glad that somebody else did the work for me. But yeah, the ISO standard, maybe it's very important to note, is not written for any kind of equipment. So they did not make their assumption based on one kind of equipment, but on different kinds. Something that is generally valid, no matter if you're using equipment A or equipment B, no matter if you're using a scanner or a camera system. It should be generic for everybody to use. And that's why it's also written the way it is written, to be as specific as possible for a generic purpose. Hope that answers your question. You're welcome. If there is nobody else, then I would see for the one thing that might help us even further. FACI 2023, I've already stated it as 2023 because it will be published in January. And the draft version is, of course, then changed, but it won't change for a lot of stuff. There will be some feedback. I've written feedback, a lot of feedback, pages long of feedback, but they will not incorporate half of it. So, thing is, this version that I brought with me is June 2022. It's a draft version 3.5. Two big differences. 3, doesn't cost a thing. You can download it from the internet as soon as it is published. For everybody to use, public domain, which is always nice for institutions that don't have a lot of budget. But it's not the ISO standard. It is related to the ISO standard, which means you will find a lot of references to the ISO standard, but as I stated before, it's a guideline, which means when you incorporate it in your institutions, you have to take care about a few other things. But from the content, I will try to finish with this guideline before lunch break so we can have the theory behind us. It's the 3rd edition, as I said before, 2010, 2016. Now we will have 2023. It's the 3rd edition. It's yet the best written one that I've seen. It's very easy to read, which also is something worth noting because the ISO standard, as I said before, it's great. It's really good written, well written, but still, it's an ISO standard, and ISO standards by definitions are not something that you read as a hobby most of the times. There are people that actually do that as a hobby, but not so many that I know of. This one is basically, I can't say it's like a novel, but it reads very easy. So, 123 pages of information, and not too little information. All the paper things, you can find all the references, who has written what in there with, of course, the links in there, they really work. It is a public domain document, very important, so nobody can take copyright on it. And, of course, like every well-written paper, it has acknowledgements, but what it has for the probably first time that I've ever seen it, is a code of ethics. And this is a really, really important piece of work that they have incorporated now. What do they think is appropriate for professional practices, imaging practitioners? And what they state here is to create faithful reproductions of historic records held in the public trust. And I think this is something we can all relate to. So basically, on page 4, you're already throwing yourself completely into the document, which is something I really loved. The whole document follows this code, so whenever you read the code of ethics, you understand also what the meaning behind it is. And here you have the still imaging working group link, where you can also find the document, the draft document, but also the published document in January. For those who are interested in pick the brains of the people that are actually wrote this guidelines, there will be an opportunity in March online. I will talk about that a little bit later, but I will host an event with the creators of this thing. It's free for everybody, not related to any organization or anything. And of course it will be in English, but it will be the nitty-gritty technical stuff of the FACI guidelines when it's published. So, FACI is a federal agency's guidelines initiative, and it is written for the federal agencies of America. The federal agencies of America will oblige internal and external digitization to these guidelines, which means they are elevating it to a standard for their own production and for the production that they will receive. They call it a conformance program, which means you can't just state, well, I'm doing FACI 3-star. No, you actually have to prove that you are doing that. And without the proof, you are not conforming to the guidelines and the standards that they ask you for. The guidelines are written as public domain, so everybody can use it, and may also get help on that from the FACI still imaging working group. But it's only a guideline for everybody else. The federal agencies in America, they use it and treat it like a standard. What they say is to be considered FACI compliant, a digital imaging process, not the image alone, must implement a digital imaging conformance evaluation program, and compliance should be demonstrated in project documentation or metadata. Which means if you can't show that you're actually compliant, well, nobody will believe you, and especially if you're working for the federal agencies, they will reject all your products. Also an important note here, and it may or not vary for everybody else, is digitized material should document the appearance of the original at the time of capture, not what it may once have looked like if restored to its original condition. It's a really big discussion that is all over the world and in all the institutions. Well, if something is mounted on a passport for presentation, then we need to remove the original from its carrier in order to digitize it. Well, no. Because at this moment in time, it is mounted on a carrier, so you should capture it as it is at the time of capture. If it has been removed from an old carrier and now is without its carrier, because it got lost over the time, then now this is the condition it is in, and I will capture it as is. Really big discussions with a lot of institutions, even in institutions that I have worked with different departments, because department A can see it this way, the conservation or restoration department probably sees it another way, but it's very important to acknowledge and to also think about it when you're using digitization guidelines or specifications. how the original actually should look when you're digitizing it. Of course, there's a lot of other interesting stuff in here, and also things that you should or should not do, or what is allowed or not allowed in doing image processing, post-processing, or anything else. And also what it will not cover. And if you are doing something that is actually not used for everything, like enhancement, colorization, or something like that, then you should definitely document it. So this is the FACI Code of Ethics, and then there we go, another table of content, and there is a lot of things in there. Even more things than in the ISO standard, because it not only states parameters, it also states technical overviews, it's also adjusting image files, imaging workflows, digitization equipment, and all other things that we will find in here. But let's skim through it. I will skip the introduction and the scope. We know all what it is about, revisions, of course, and everything like that. Oh, a glossary. And that's a really interesting glossary. It's a very short one. Basically says, well, here's the link to the glossary, and everything else you can find in the ISO standard glossary. So they relate back to that too. Then they will tell you about the FACI star system and how it relates to the ISO standard. So basically, you have level A, B, and C in the ISO standard, and you have, well, 4 star levels, but 1 star we all don't use, so it's 3 stars, 2 stars, 3 star, and 4 star, and basically you can more or less overlap them. A being 4 star, B being 3 star, and C being 2 star. So 2 star lowest, 4 star highest per quality level. It also states here 1 star imaging does not conform to the ISO 19264 standard and is offered for reference use only. So here again we state, very important, image quality consistency. Individual guidance for each subset of content type may place greater importance on one or the other measurement parameters, which is something that the ISO standard does not state. But we all should know that we use the ISO standard exactly the same way. It might differ on the object type that we have, what kind of importance we lay on sampling efficiency, delta E, or something else. So that is what the FACI guidelines spell out. In the different levels, what is actually meant by them, and what components are there for a FACI conformance. So the guidelines and imaging parameters, the best practices, the digital imaging conformance evaluation. So it's incorporated in the guidelines to have quality analysis. And it's not, and that's a very important thing, methods of validating the consistency and accuracy of imaging goodness and not image goodness. Also, the FACI guidelines are not talking about 1 image, 2 image, 3 image. They talk about imaging systems. That's a very important distinction between what's commonly told, I have a FACI 3-star image. No, basically you have created on an imaging system that is conforming in FACI 3-star, 1 image or 2 images. Another thing that FACI added and that you will not find in the ISO standard is FACI compliant programs do have to have professional staff. So it requires to have staff that is experienced and trained in imaging and photographic digital imaging processes, handling of materials, and life cycle of a digitization program. That does not need to be all in one person. You can make a team out of various field experts, of course, but it's important to note that this is the first time that any guideline or standard actually says something about what kind of people you need to actually do that stuff. Another difference between the FACI guidelines and the ISO standard is the FACI guidelines do cover transmissive materials. That's excluded in the ISO standard. And they state also very clearly upfront, you need imaging targets and analysis software. So you still can do the imaging, the analysis yourself, but it's actually so complex that the recommendation of FACI is to use software. And image targets and software are building an environment in its own. So if you have one target, use the appropriate software for it. That's a recommendation that I can give you, because otherwise you will get crazy with the results. Then, like the ISO standard, also FACI gives you a lot of definitions. What is what? I will say they have tried to make it more accessible than the ISO standard, where the ISO standard gives you a very technical definition about what is what and how to relate it back to other ISO standards. The FACI working group did try to make it very accessible, what it is. In some things, they may or may not have succeeded more or less good in that. But maybe with the public feedback, that will change. So you can still read, for example, tone response, like we said before, tonal reproduction, tonal response, OECF. How they have actually described it is a little bit different than in the ISO standard. Still relates back to the same ISO standards that lay behind it, the same formulas. So it is basically the same, it's just another way of writing it. Same goes for all the other parameters, basically, where they say what it is and how they think that it should be interpreted in the sense of this guideline. SFR. It's a very, very, very sophisticated way of writing what an SFR is. Reproduction scale accuracy. Difference between the ISO standard and FACI also. We are talking here about PPIs for specific things. The ISO standard does not say that. So there are some practical examples in there. Sharpening. I'm not sure that anybody has followed a short course class by Don Williams or Peter Burns. This is a picture that they will show in each of their classes, like I do my digitization. What is a digitization slide? They are doing this slide basically all the time. Sharpening versus resolution. The left and right difference between a unsharpened image and a sharpened image, that basically the one on the left looks sharper, but the right one is actually on the right resolution. It just looks a little bit fuzzier, but it's actually the better image. So if anybody has a chance to follow a class of theirs, Peter Burns and Don Williams, I can highly recommend it. It's hilarious and also very useful for all the things you want to know about SFRs and resolutions and everything that a scanner or a digital bag should do and may or may not do. Noise and skew, and here is a thing about skew. that is also not implemented in the ISO standard. Skew is how straight the image is in the file. It's also a very interesting discussion all the time. How straight do I have to lay down the original and image it in order to be straight? And how much skew do I have? And there, well, before 2020, let's put it this way. Well, in the old times of digital imaging, when you deskew by an algorithm, then it meant, well, you have any chance in the world that your pixels land anywhere, and you will create artifacts wherever you go. So nobody wanted to have any skewed images, which means you have to lay down your original very straight and to have it also captured very straight, which means you have only well, rotations in 90-degree angles, which means no interpolation and no algorithms that create pixels all over the place. Nowadays, algorithms have advanced, of course, so it's less problematic. But if you're already used to good practice, well, lay down straight, then you don't have any problems with that. So there is this next thing, especially with archival material, for example, but also with bound materials. Which side do I put straight? Because I could have a cut thing that is cut in all different angles. Well, then you have to state anything or everything that you want them to follow if they do the digitization. But normally, straight should be very straightforward. At least one thing should be straight, while everything else we can still skew or deskew in the image later on. Then there is also something new, like geometric distortion, where they say, well, we have written it down, but we are not quite there yet. So we partially implemented it, but not yet. So be careful if you want to state something to a digitization party and say, well, you have to follow it. Okay, there are some things that you have to maybe exclude because they are not really there. So they have stated that pretty clearly, but still. And then field artifacts, future implementation, so something that they want to implement in the future. It's not there yet, but they have an idea on how to go on in the future. Well, there you go. Highlight, shadow tolerances, color management. Very interesting stuff here. Also completely different to what is normally used in Europe, for example. And also a very new approach to color management. I will say it right here. This is very new, it works, but it's not very practical for how in Europe most of the digitization programs work, especially if they are small, if you have only like one equipment sort, or you have only one person, or you have only like 2 machines, and they are not connected to each other, or you don't want to have 20 machines, you don't have the capacity, the money for it. It's not really a very practical thing to do because it takes a lot of server and software. Have not been very convinced about the compatibility in Europe so far. We will see how it goes in the future, but this is a very interesting new approach that is valid, I will say so, but maybe not right now for us. Still basing on ICC color profiling, of course, and then there is a lot of information there for people who really want to try it out, but it's quite extensive in how to get it in practice. So what are color profiles itself? It just gives you all the information, rendering intents, of course, color management module. of course, how to change them. What they also will tell you what is a master file, which is something very important, because when we're talking about digitization of cultural heritage, what we forgot to state is what for are we doing it actually. If we are doing it just for the internet, for a web presentation on a platform, like I have a newspaper, I do my OCR on it, and I just put it on the website with a thumbnail, or even on a platform where I can zoom in, I don't even need to follow an ISO standard. I don't need to follow FACI. It would be pretty low-level digitization. Most of the times I could even basically use a multifunctional printer, something like that. It will give me enough quality. So if I just want to do a web presentation, JPEG, something like that, I don't need to do all this kind of stuff. If I want to do mass digitization, then I'm talking about preservation. Preservation masters, archival masters, that I will create, and then I will get my derivatives from that. And that is also what FACI states here. We will create master file formats, an archival master, and a production master. They do make a distinction between those two. You don't need to create two master images if you don't want to, if you don't need to, but it could be interesting for some kinds of objects. For some others, it won't be necessary at all. Access file formats, well, basically, you can have any access file format you want. It's not stated anywhere. The ISO standard does not say anything about file formats anyway. So you can create anything as long as it adheres to the imaging, system quality analysis standards, everything will be fine. With FACI, they give you more hints, more tips, more tricks. But with access file formats, well, all bets are off. Anybody can use anything, everybody can use everything. All platforms want something else. If you want to downsample, upsample, make it pretty, make it in pink, everything's fine as long as it's an access file and a derivative. Compression, of course, is a big topic when talking about storage space, especially for archival masters. They have done some research on that, and they give some suggestions and comparisons you can also find on the LOC website, which is a good source for all kinds of researches that they have been doing for that. Another thing that's very different to the ISO standard is it tells you about where you should actually digitize, how the environment should look where you're digitizing, either within or your institution or external. For example, here's something about the room. Actually, an ISO standard, of course, that they're relating to yet another one, where they say, well, the illumination of the room has to be like this, and this high, and this low, and everything like that. Different equipment should not influence each other because, well, there you have a lighting problem and everything like that that you can create. What monitors, light boxes, viewing booths, and everything like that. So you find a lot of information on how to actually make your room available for good digitization or how to create a better environment for digitization, which is nice. And also the cleanliness of the work area. And a lot of people will say, well, why don't you need to include that in a guideline? Well, basically, you need to include it in a guideline. You need to include it in any specification that you write out. And you need to include it in any contract that you put out, because otherwise people will do stuff that you don't want, like not clean the glass, or clean the glass with stuff that produces some kind of really strange artifacts on the glass. Well, a lot of things can happen, basically. So it's nice to actually have the recommendation in there. Keep it clean and wipe down your equipment. And when you're working with originals, well, they probably will be dusty. So, well, get a vacuum in there and do that this way. So, yeah. it's very important to do that. Another new stuff is vibration. It was not included before, it's now there, and it's very interesting because while we have advanced a lot in imaging technology, the machines that we're using today are way more sensitive to all kinds of stuff, including vibrations. Older equipment was not so sensitive to it. Newer equipment is very much sensitive to it, so it's very important to be aware of vibrations do have an influence on our imaging process and on the outcome of that, so they have included that also in the FACI guidelines, which is kind of cool. Well, of course, flare, we know that, and lighting, we know that, and what kind of special things do you need on your working environment, like a toolkit of gloves and spatulas and everything like that. Again, we all know that stuff, but when you write specifications for somebody else, for a contractor, for example, it's very easy to forget all that, and if you just follow through the guidelines and, oh yeah, right, I need to include that too, or make a reference to it. Also, where are the limitations of the guidelines, which is kind of great. So you know where not to use the guidelines. And also a very interesting thing is, well, how could that possibly go wrong? But it's not for born digital material. So very important, still imaging does not work on born digital. I think everybody agrees on that, and that's a very easy one. But still, important to note, it's not for born digital material. Well, of course. So, how does FACI work, actually, the guidelines? It works basically easier and more complex than the ISO standard. Easier because it gives you a lot more things up front, so you can just grab and pick. But it's way more complex because you need to read more to find the thing that you actually want. So they give you a whole chapter filled with tables of recommendations for specific material types. For example, let's start with the first one, bound volumes, rare and special materials. Why is it called like that? Well, because the next chapter is bound volumes, not rare material. So, as we see, 1 star, it's basically a no-go, nobody wants to do that. 2, 3, and 4 star, and for each, they are telling us the parameters that they would recommend us. Master file formats that are acceptable within the FACI compliance program. And here is important to note. Whenever you are referring to it, you have to specify exactly what you mean. Because when you are just stating, well, I want this 3-star FACI image, it might be a PDFA, and you did not want that. So you have to actually make a choice in what is there. You get a sample selection of what they would accept, but you have to define what it is. So I want a FACI 3-star TIFF image. That would be a more appropriate specification. Access file formats, well, be my guest, have everything, whatever you want, whatever you need. Then the resolution, the sampling frequency, they have stated in a kind of different way than we might be used to. Big difference to the ISO standard. ISO standard says whatever you want is fine. The FACI guidelines will tell you per object type that we talked before, what kind would be appropriate to get all the information from the analog to the digital. And in this case, 3-star, which is an ISO level B, would be 300 ppi, and then you have always a tolerance of 2%. And with 2-star, they would go even lower, 250 ppi, with a tolerance of 3%, which states to, at the lowest, at the very, very, very lowest, give me 242.5 ppi, which is the thing that is standing here. This is the lowest that they would accept. And what it means is basically 250 plus minus 3%. Then something that the ISO standard also does not state anything about is the bit depth, 8 or 16-bit. For the ISO standard, it's irrelevant if it's 16 or 8. All the parameters work on everything. In FACI, they give you for bound materials some options, depending on which quality level you want. Same for the color spaces that they would accept or that they would recommend. Also here, important, make a choice. You can't ask all three in one image. Color mode, well, there are basically two known color modes. Either it's color or it's grayscale. Grayscale not being that appropriate for a lot of stuff anymore, but well, you still have to state it. So there are a lot of parameters like in the ISO standard, and they basically more or less translate to the same thing. So where the ISO standard says you have to have a color accuracy of smaller than 5, it says also here it will be smaller than 5. They don't differ that much from each other. Here we see more than 70, 80. Here is a difference, 90%, something we don't see in the ISO standard. The ISO standard would state 85%. So the FACI guidelines 4-star are higher or less tolerant in what they're asking for. Also different here is the SFR 50 or the MTF 50. The percentage as the half sampling frequency, they say in a band between 35 and 85%, for example. So you shouldn't be below or above, where the ISO standard only says you have to be above something and doesn't state a maximum. Well, there you go. And then every table is followed by something that explains what kind of materials would they put into that category. So illuminated manuscripts in Kniebler, works that feature illustrations of special artistic or graphic interests, etc., etc. And because it's a very user-friendly guideline, and it's also aimed for newcomers as well as experienced users, it gives you also what kind of imaging technology could you use to achieve that, and what is absolutely not good. So you can use planetary book scanners, cameras, digital cameras with book cradles, automated page-turning book scanners, which is something that not everybody or every institution allows, but the technology is able to do that, to achieve that. And also, what would they not recommend, like flatbed scanners, and so forth, and so forth. And some handy notes and tips and tricks. If you want to use that, be aware of X, Y, Z. And then we go on to the next subchapter with the next level table that we have here. General collections and everything like that. So this goes on and on and on and on for like really a lot of different things. Bound volumes, just 1, 2. Manuscripts and other rare and special materials. Really a lot to read. Well, basically the challenge here is to find your own category, because then it's easy. You can say, well, this is the chapter, this is the page, and here is the level that I want. But to find it in the document is the one challenging thing here. Still working through what they have also stated apart from the ISO standard is prints and photographs, for example. Very important for basically all GLAM institutions. Basically everybody has photographic material, and photographic material in the sense reflective photographic material and prints, paintings, drawings, photographic prints on paper, in albums or something like that. So they give a really specific recommendations on what you should or could use for that and what not. For example, when would you use a glass on it and when not? Do always use hand gloves when you are using printed paper and drawings and everything like that, printing photographic paper. And here we go with the completely different to the ISO standard thing, because they are actually giving recommendations for transmissive material. So if you are in an institution and you have also negatives, positives, transmissive positives and everything like that, the ISO standard at this moment in time will give you no good because it's only written for reflective material. If you want to know what's the best practice, what's the state of the art, you can look to the FACI guidelines with all the caveats of being a guideline, but still there are some things that you can relate to. Like, for example, the 35 millimeters to 4 by 5 inch. This would be something that you could ask for internally or externally with a transparent transmissive material. So a TIFF or JPEG 2000, we see that at this point we don't want a PDF-A. That is a complete difference to a reflective material, for example. The PPIs are way higher, of course. So there are people that say, well, 4,000 PPI is like really not achievable with the equipment that is on the market at this moment in time. Yes and no, depends on how you're doing it or how you actually want to stitch it together. So you need to know a little bit more about your originals and what you want out of it in order to make specifications for transmissive material and also to get a negative into a positive, for example. So that's why also the ISO standard will take more time to specify, to make it generic enough for everybody. Still, it is a very good start to look at the FACI guidelines to see what they are asking, what they would be asking for with their collections. As I said, it will be used all over the United States, and not only, because it will also be used in South America, and it's also used in New Zealand and Australia with a little bit differences in the specifications, because in Australia they are even asking for 6,000 PPI, which is like, okay, go for it. Some originals may have a need for that, but I don't think that every transparency does need that. But anyways, so what they also do here is, what kind of equipment do we use? What do we not use? Like drum scanners are basically out of the question for that. And what kind of tips and tricks would we do for that? They also do that for everything that's larger than 4 by 5 inch, which is kind of nice to have. If you have that in your collection. It does not state a lot of things about transport, for example, or how to actually build the equipment, but it states what kind of parameters would you need. Well, they do that for negatives, of course. Just a second, we're almost there. Yeah. And then for paintings, another two-dimensional art, which is not something that we have a lot in libraries and archives, maybe a few. Maybe we do not need to do a lot of those, but in museums, you have quite a lot of those things. So that's basically a lot of important stuff for a museum. And then a lot of times it's like, well, we don't want the Starry Night from Van Gogh on 600 ppi. Well, yes, that's true, but you might need one with 600 ppi, and you want a conservation image with something completely different. So I don't know if you have followed the news with the Rijksmuseum Nightwatch project. They did a lot of things with the Nightwatch. They even did a 2.5D image. They did a 3D scan. They did all the small little tiles and built a lot of rigs and racks with cameras. It took months to get all the data. And it's completely fine and valid. But you probably will not do that for each of your objects. That's the first. And the second, do you really need it for the purpose of getting the information of the image for preservation purposes, that you can repurpose it for publication, which is basically more or less in a book most of the times, or for the website presentation, because when you create a lot of data, you also want to save it, and you have to present it, so you have completely other challenges. And conservation imaging with multispectral, with RTI, with everything like that, is not covered in those guidelines. They are not written for that. So that's very important to know. This is basically a 2D representation of the information of a painting and not anything else. Another thing that's also only basically written in the FADGI guidelines is X-ray. So if you come in the situation where you have to digitize X-ray film, then you can also turn to the FADGI guidelines. And this may or may not be exactly what you want, as with the paintings, for example, but it can help you. It gives you a starting point where you can say, well, I would say I need that, and in this parameter, I'm changing this or that. Sorry. So, almost there. Printed matter, manuscripts, and other documents on microfilm. Also something the ISO standard does not state, and you can find in FADGI, is, well, things that came on micro form, and it's monochrome, 16 millimeters, 30 millimeters, and microfiche. Color is out of the scope of these recommendations. So there is also a limitation on what's standing here, but it can give you some idea on how to digitize that. If you have no better option than the microform. In general, if you have the original, I would recommend take the original, not the microform, because you have already lost information from the microform or from the original to the microform. So if you go back to the original, you have more chances of getting all the information in the digital image. Chapter 4, very important, also very much only in the guidelines. Is digitization equipment and what's there to say about it. A lot of things cost money in digitization, of course, and the technology has changed in the past 20 years rapidly. In the last 10 years, very rapidly. We came from a few megapixel sensors to, at this moment in time, 150 megapixel sensors. We have very broad lenses that we can use. The main thing is get good equipment that costs something, but that provides fast, high quality imaging performance. Yes, it's expensive, but it will also give back in time and money of people. Normally, people time is the most costly thing that you have, and the investment of equipment comes from another budget, so it might be easier to get. All technologies, including the newest high-end camera digital back systems, have limitations, so knowing your equipment very well is key to a successful project or a successful program. And a program does include all the things like the equipment, the staff that you need, and everything else. Will the technology advance in the next 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? So much that you will need to change your equipment again? Well, probably not too much. The one thing that will change the most from now on will be the software, the algorithms that are behind everything. So yes, your camera bag will get more firmware updates and better algorithms, and we will maybe get more imaging out of it, but will we get even better lenses in the next 5 years? Maybe not so likely. It's basically, there are limitations like physics on what you can do and how a pixel can actually work. So there will not be a lot of change. The biggest change was up to now. And now, more or less, like with OCR, software will change a lot. And that's what we will see in the future. So that should not be a problem with the investment. You buy this equipment for the next years, for example, and it will work. Of course, there's something to say about scanners, about cameras, planetary scanners, flatbed scanners. They all have their valid purposes in digitization, but not for everything. So it presents us with a challenge in digitization programs. What do we buy for what? We will talk about that also. Lots of things to consider. What kind of materials, what size of materials, and everything like that. And no matter what I will ever buy, I need an imaging workflow. And the Fujifilm guidelines basically give you a hint on how to, what to consider and what to think about. For large scale and small scale workflows, you can actually take some hints from that. I would not recommend all of those because they are very specific to America, and we might do something different. We have other devices in Europe, for example, that we normally use or often use. Also some other decisions to make, but they can give a good hint. So everything is very much written out for a user in this guideline, also adjusting imaging files. What would you still need to do, what you don't need to do, what you should do, and what you should always do. And document. There are some things that I have commented on, like cropping, because, well, basically I'm always cropping images, and they say, well, you have to document when you crop an image, and I'm like, well, if I have to document everything, then that will be a pain in the ass. Sorry for the talk, but that will be really unbelievable documentation. So I'm not sure if I would read that way. I will just do something different. That is more appropriate. Stitching, of course, is an important thing that needs to be documented. You don't do that too often, hopefully. So there you go. Optical character recognition and everything like that, of course, has to be documented. But, well, if you have an OCR, it's basically documented that you did an OCR. And some technical stuff that you might want to read, don't want to read, don't need to know, because it's going back to all the ISO standards again that they have used to incorporate here. Again, nice to read, not so really important. And here we go for reference targets. A reference target is something different than a device level target. Who knows reference targets? Also known as object level targets. Are you using them in each image? There you go. Why are you exactly here? Because I'm telling you there's nothing new.
Talking about very interesting topics, and because you're discussing very interesting topics, and I've already got a few questions that I'd like to ask.
Great.
And perhaps you could shed some light on it. Thank you.
I hope so. Well, so reference targets. What's a reference target? A reference target is included in each image. And you might say, what? Why would I do that? I mean, then you have this color checker here and this resolution target there, and I only have like this size for my object left. Well, not that. That's not what we mean. We actually mean a little piece of object level target, so a very small thing that has some features included. So we make a real distinction between a device level target and an object level target. Object level target is what they are using here as reference target. And there is this ongoing discussion everywhere where you have a master image with an object level target in it, or a master image without the object level target in it. Well, if you have already digitized it with a reference target, the master image is with the reference target, because if you crop it out, you have changed the master image. And basically, the reference target says something about the image quality. And here we go. So let's go back to what the ISO standard is and the FADGI guidelines is. They are telling something about the imaging system, about the hardware, the equipment, the thing that is actually producing the signals that we convert. And reference target can say something about the quality of the imaging system at this specific object that we digitized. Does not say anything about the whole system, but it says something about the quality of the actual image, which the normal use of the targets and the ISO standard and the targets and the guidelines, the device level targets, does not say. They don't say anything about the specific image that you're actually capturing. It says something about the system. Very distinct and very important note to make. A reference target can give you information about the actual image that you're looking at. Well, if you have it on the web page, or you want to have multiple derivatives, most of the times people don't want to see this reference target, so they can crop it out, which is completely fine. Well, all types of tone and color targets should be replaced on a routine basis. Yes and yes, but the question that always comes to me is, how often do I have to do that? How often do I have to change a target? Well, that's actually pretty easy to answer. You look at it, if it's scratched, you need to change it. If the color changes, you need to change it. If you can't clean it and it's dirty, you need to change it. Treat it like your own equipment. Be careful. I've seen targets with footprints on them. I mean, footprints, like real footprints. That does not help, really. If you have targets and you have fingerprints on them, not so great. Especially if you use color targets and you have your own fingers on them, and great, I can actually trace that it was you, but they will fade with the colors. Especially with glass, it's not so great to actually clean it. So be careful, touch it by the edges, Don't put it on the floor. Put it in a, well, cupboard if you don't use it, so it's not constantly in the light. Take care of it, and you don't need to change them too often. If they scratch, you can't repair them. You have to get a new target. So, and you won't believe what I've seen on targets. I mean, hairs is the least of our worries. If you have a reference target, it even tells you nicely where to put it. Close, but not separated. And yeah, separated, but not too separated. So if you have an A0 size equipment, for example, A0 being really large, you are scanning A4, and your target is on the edge of the A0, well, don't relate to each other. Put them closer to each other, and then it's fine. Also, something that the ISO standard does not tell us is something about metadata, whereas the FADGI guidelines do try to attempt something about metadata without specifying exactly what kind of metadata they include and they don't include. So in a library or in an archive or in a museum, you have the DAMs, you have the cataloging, you have everything else with metadata too. If you want to be using that, you have to get the data out of the system maybe, or you have to have some connection with your systems. It's all very vaguely and not very generic. So you might want to read through it and take some things out of it, some bytes, but it's not something that you can just grab out of it. Also, a reason why it's not included in the ISO standard is has nothing to do with imaging itself. It's not something about the signal conversion. So it's very informative, but as I said, you might use it, might not use it. Of course, we all know the rights problems. Is there copyright on something? Is there not copyright on something? Can we actually digitize it? Do we digitize it? Are we allowed to actually show it or something else? The most interesting part on the metadata is the thing that they call the technical metadata, because that says actually something about the digital image, how to make it possible to be accurately rendered, what kind of information do you need there. So you can use that very easily. Also here, different types of things that you can actually do, like you can make the metadata stored in a text file in an XML, or you can also just put it in the header information. You can make METS documentation, you can make whatever, just a place to store basically your information. That's embedded metadata in the header information. Structural metadata can or cannot, if you don't have any other way how to present that things belong to each other. So there is some things that you might want to change, some things that you can actually pick, grab, something, hints, tips, tricks, and everything like that. Metadata, it gets very philosophical also. Lots of reading that you might want to do. If you have identifiers and file naming, also here, very generic, might help, might not help. There is a reason why it's not in the ISO standard. It has nothing to do with capture. Absolutely nothing to do with capture or with the signal processing. Those are administrative steps that they've included in the FADGI guidelines because it's a conformance program. It's for the complete thing. That might be useful, but might also be something that you are like, huh, we are not doing this way. And there's nothing wrong with another way. It's just a suggestion that is here. All the things that belong to that. Then we have the chapter 10. Quality management is a very important thing. how to inspect and what to do. Going to a completely different kind of sets of parameters. For example, here is a mentioning of Jove. Don't know if anybody knows it, but it's widely used by cultural heritage institutions to validate conformance to image technical specifications. No, it's not. Sorry? It's not. I mean, it does not say anything about technical specifications. It says something about file formats, but it does not say if the image quality is good. So Jove is a software that is widely used by cultural heritage institutions, but for a different reason. The image technical specifications cannot be controlled by Jove because it was not written for that. The image quality must be visually inspected. Yes, of course. If you don't look at your images, you have a problem, or you will create problems. And by a trained technician, that would be ideal. Review of thumbnails, there are things that you can do with that, but other things you can't, and everything like that. So there is a suggestion how to implement quality assurance. It's not very commonly used in Europe this way. It's also not easy to follow for a lot of things. There are easier ways on how to do that. Let's put it this way. Metadata, of course, if you ask it, you have to control it. So how to do that, where you could do that, and then some recommendations on storage, where it's very nicely stated CDR or DVD as backup is a less desirable option. I'm bold enough to say, well, don't use it at all as a backup. It's not a good idea to use DVD or CDR. But well, if there's nothing else, just do it. But don't use it as a long-term storage. It will not work for very long. So you can find all the other things about digital repositories and long-term management of files and metadata. Also for that was an ISO standard created, so you can also see for yourself. And of course, there is another glossary here. You can also find it online. Thing that I always recommend is use it as a tab in your browser, and whenever you need to look up something, just open a browser, because then you don't need to search it in a PDF. Way easier. But yeah, it gives you a lot of information. It's a very long, but also very helpful guideline that you can use in your institution. It will not be as straightforward to find anything, because you have to be very specific in what you are actually referring to, and if you mess up the paragraphs, it could mess up your whole production, because it has different specifications in there. That's a little bit easier in the ISO standard, because it has only level A, B, and C. And everything else you have to state anyway. So, with that, I would say we have time for questions before lunch. Well, the questions.
Oh, okay, because I was waiting for a microphone.
Yeah, me too. I was actually hoping that somebody would.
So, I'd like to ask 2 questions.
2?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I?
Okay.
And the first question is, I'm honestly intrigued by the new approach to color management introduced in the newest draft of FAGI. And from what I gather by reading the introduction to that paragraph, is that FAGI aims at unifying the whole color management process.
Yeah.
And does it mean they would like to introduce, for example, one software for color management, or would they advise buying certain parts of equipment or a reference target from one manufacturer? Is that the case?
They are not recommending to buy any certain equipment or target or software. They are not doing that. As it is the federal agencies, they are not naming anything, and they are not recommending or supporting or, like I said before, whenever I say a brand name, that doesn't mean I enforce it or encourage it or support it.
Okay.
It's just something that I say for the purpose of understanding. FACI does not enforce or recommend anything to buy or to say apart from technology. So whatever brand is giving you the technology would be recommended when the technology is recommended. The approach is so that it does not matter which equipment you're using as long as you're using the workflow, and the workflow at this moment in time only works with one software. So at this moment in time, you are basically forced to buy this one software piece in order to be able to implement the color management they are proposing in here, which is why I said it's hard to get to it. You need some...
So, for example, if there are 3 people using three scanners or cameras, and they're digitizing the same kind of material, for example, transparencies or reflectives, would FACI recommend using the same the same equipment by all of these people?
FACI does not recommend that.
Without any brands or...
No, FACI does not recommend using the same equipment for different stations. So it's basically written for all kinds of equipments of all brands. That's basically an institutional choice. The chances that you have that the same kind of equipment will produce the same quality if you set it up the same way is more likely, it's more probable. So you will have minor differences only. When you are saying, okay, I have a scanner and a camera doing the same kind of material,
Yes.
that's completely different technologies that will also, even if they are set up to the same parameters, they will give you different quality. So it's not a guideline that is recommending it. It's basically more or less thinking about what do you want out of it. How easy do you want to create your own digitization program for yourself, which also has to do with, of course, money, definitely. I mean, if you buy 3 high-end, very expensive equipment, and you have the money for it, go for it. But if you don't have the money and you can only buy one, and you have to use something that you already have in stock, well, that's fine too. But it makes life a lot more easier if everything is the same. I will say that.
And the second question is, there's one other 2D technique, raster technique, that's not mentioned in the FACI guidelines, and that's moving image. And I was wondering if there is perhaps a different working group
Yes.
that's dealing with moving image,
Yes.
with guidelines for moving
FACI
image
is
Thank you.
the whole thing, let's put it this way, the digitization guidelines initiative for all digitization. So also for file formats, you have a working group. For moving imaging, you have a working group. This specific guideline is only for still imaging. So yeah, that excludes the moving part. But there is another group working for audiovisual material, that would include that.
And are there any guidelines published by FAGI that will pertain to moving image digitization?
Yes, they are, and basically if I hopefully can get to the first page here, if you go to the FAGI guideline, or for the FAGI web page here, and then remove the still imaging, then you will see, well, a lot of information with a lot of working groups, with a lot of things that you can dive into for still imaging, for metadata, for METs, for this, for that. So there are lots of things, and they are all published on this web page, and they are all public domain. So yes, you can find them there.
Thank you very much.
I have one question too. Could you point the FAGI document on page 81, chapter 6?
Ooh,
And I'm gonna
very
ask-
specific.
Yes, very specific.
81?
81,
I will try.
chapter 6, adjusting image files.
Yes.
And you showed us before a code of ethics, and I see this first paragraph
Yeah.
of this chapter as an extension of code of ethics, and actually debunking some stuff, and as you can see, with words like pristine or unmolested, like mythologized by many people who are working in the field. And I'm very glad to see this in this document, that someone is finally talking or writing openly about the need to demythologize things. Could you comment on that, something more?
Yeah, so there was a lack of knowledge. A lot of times when we were talking about digitization, especially in cultural heritage, and also by vendors of equipment, they state, for example, my equipment is according to ISO standard level A, or I'm full metamorphosis proof. I do FAGI 4-star. So when you're buying equipment, you think, well, you put it underneath there, and all you get out of it is high quality, FAGI 4-star. Well, it doesn't work that way. And basically, an imaging, a signal processing pipeline never works this way, because what people, or what the real technical part before actually seeing an image there is kind of a black box for...
Yeah, it is never pure.
It is never
And
pure.
we should all know that.
We should. And there is the thing, we should. But we did never talk about it, and there are a lot of scientists, image scientists, color scientists, and everything like that. Camera manufacturers do know that, they have that. All the smartphone thing, nowadays we have smartphones with cameras, they all know that. There's a lot of software going on to actually make an image and present it on a screen. And basically that's the same thing as any technology. It never comes out by itself, but we never actually made it visible. Now we are changing that, and it states here, even a raw file is transformed. It has to be transformed for us to be able to see it. If it would not be altered, we would only see black and nothing else. So there is a lot of things going on in adjustments, which is basically also important why we need to know what kind of equipment we were using. Because a scanner from manufacturer X does something else, because it's a proprietary software algorithm that is producing the image, and camera Y does something else, and the same image can look completely different because there are two different proprietary algorithms changing the image. So that's one thing. And the other thing is, not all adjustment is bad. So while we can create a FAGI 4-star image, maybe or maybe not, with the hardware that we just bought from this vendor that said it could, it still could be that because of the size of the image. Let's take a really simple one. The size of the image had me take it this way instead of this way. Actually, I want to save it this way because we are European readers. We read from left to right and from top to bottom. This is how we read. Not all countries do read it the same way, but we do. What I do not want to do is on any screen want to look this way in order to be able to read and get neck pain from it. So I have to adjust the image. Okay, only by 90 degrees, but I do adjust the image.
But it is required only by 90 degrees because I read in this draft that you can achieve a 3-star rating.
Yes.
With rotation.
Yes, you can achieve
and
anything.
This is I'm very glad that this is there because due to misconceptions, as they said, there were a lot of push on non-rotating things, on avoiding rotation whatsoever.
Exactly.
And this is, I see it as a first step to actually debunk some of this stuff and encourage people to do processing, but do controlled processing and measure its quality.
Definitely, and that is the main point on it. You are definitely allowed to make adjustments because some images do need it. Like I said, for some reasons, I only want to change the rotation, but for some reasons, something else has to be changed. And even cropping an image is a change. It is an adjustment to the image that I captured. And it should be documented, especially, while I said cropping is some adjustment that I won't document on each image, well, I will state it in a project documentation that it has to be cropped to a certain level. And I adhere to the guidelines because it's in the project documentation that I will do that. Also, I can state very easily, I will rotate all images in 90-degree angles, which is also an adjustment, in order to be able to read it in a Western reading way. All other things that you normally don't do in batch, like a color adjustment or something like that, or any other adjustment that you may more or less do only specifically for certain images, you would need to document with the image. But the really important thing is document and check what you actually did. And I'm completely with you, and it's very important to make this distinction, and that's why I also said the ISO standard is imaging system quality analysis. It says something about the system. Adjusting a file from an original means you're adjusting one image, which is something else. The ISO standard does not state anything about that, but it's important to have it in the guidelines and to have it in your own specifications and how to do it, and I'm completely with you, document it, check the quality, absolutely.
Yeah, great, thank you. Can I ask one more question? Could you point to some documents, some future maybe standards that concern the image level approach? Nothing yet?
No. I also don't think that there will be. Because
yeah, I think the same.
There is way too much that we can digitize, and there is no generic approach for that. So I don't think that that will come in the future too.
Do you think they are needed?
No.
Okay.
I think we need trained professionals to actually do our digitization and to make the distinctions and good specifications. I don't think that you can cover everything in a guideline or a standard.
That's good, thank you.
You're welcome. And I do believe, if there are no other questions, I'm right on time for the lunch break. Well. But for the other thing, how on earth will we ever be finished with digitization? Because there is so much stuff. So if we do an approach where we have to think about each object specifically, and it takes us an hour, a day, a week for each object, well, at this moment in time, we will not be finished anyway. So it will even take us more time, which means even less objects that we can make accessible for the public. So what we are actually looking into is mass digitalization. And being mass means fast, consistent, and as much as possible. Not so much about the price, actually. It is about fast, high volume, high quality digitization that we are talking about, which also by definition means some object types are more prone to be used for it than others, like newspapers, for example, and journals and printed books, because they are, I don't want to say easy, but they are the easy stuff to digitize, and they have a lot of mass, lots of volumes. So you can take millions of pages in a year and digitize them like this. And because there is not enough covered in the ISO standard to actually implement it as is. And in the FACI guidelines, you have to make too many choices to just implement it as is. You can't just say, well, here, feel free. And then somebody else has to make the decision and chooses for you. That's never a good idea. Never let somebody else choose for you. But it's very general, not user-friendly in the case that I can just take it over. So what do I need to think about? First of all, for example, is storage. Do I even have storage? Not the CDR and DVD kind of storage, but the real storage, like a server. How much do I need? Do I have the capacity to actually buy more server? Is it backup? Is it safe? Do I have IT backup? Is my IT department okay with me storing lots and lots of files? And what are the requirements from the IT department? Digitization without the IT department basically is not existing. If you want to do a digitization program without the IT department, just simply don't do it. It will not work. You need the IT. You need storage, you need network, you need a lot of help there, because normally they are in charge of the whole background that you basically need to work with. Without that, you can't produce anything. But then you have, of course, the file naming. So how would you name your files? That can be different for any institution. A lot of people say, well, we just use barcodes, and then dot something. File naming. Others say, well, there is a specific way on how to name our files, like location, storage room, which collection it is, which number in the collection, the signature, and the cataloging data, and. So you create like file names from 3 mountains long. It's not so great if you ask the IT guys, by the way. They don't like that. But yeah, that's conventions in your institutions that you need to think about. And what makes sense for your institution. My greatest tip on that is, well, make sure that you can relate your object back to the file and vice versa. If you don't have any connection between the two, basically all you create are files on the server and nobody else will ever recognize where they are, what they are, and who cares? Maybe they will be deleted because nobody knows what it is. So make sure you have somewhere a connection between the object and your digital file. So then you need to think about also the metadata. And then immediately jump into which metadata are we talking about? Where is the cataloging metadata? Do you really need it for the digitization? Do you need to implement it? Do you do something with it? Do you not do something with it? Do you want to relate the metadata from the digitization back to your catalog? Yes or no? How will you do it? Is the technical metadata within the file embedded? Is it in an extra file? How, in which file format do you want to save it? And where do you want to save it? Do you want to save it in a different part of the institution, or do you want to save it with the digitization? So lots of things about metadata. Specify what metadata do you actually mean. What kind of metadata do you want to store where? So for example, with a newspaper where you do OCR, OCR is metadata. How do you want to store it? How do you want to create it? How do you want to present it? With a 3D object, well, OCR probably is not exactly the thing that you want to do with a vase. So what kind of metadata do you need there? Different kind of thing. Then distribution. Where and how will you distribute your objects, your digital objects to? Which goes back to the question, why are we actually doing this? Are we doing this for a website, for a specific platform, for the long-term repository, for a publication, for a flyer? Why are we doing this? And what are we doing it for? And the really important thing here is every purpose will have its own specifications. A platform for newspapers will ask you for a different kind of thing than your long-term repository. So you need to know in the digitization department, what are you actually distributing it to? Worldwide, you will find no university or school that will tell you, well, here you go. Once you have done that, you're an imaging professional for the cultural heritage field. Doesn't exist, I'm sorry. Not even a class or a short course will do that for you. So we have to train our people in-house or on the job, on the fly, whatever you want to call it. Training is important and it is an ongoing thing. So whenever there's something new and something has to change, you will need to train your team and your department and maybe have some events or workshops that are around or that you can give yourself. But it's an important part of the implementation of guidelines and standards. And it's not a complete list, but it's a very important point in this list is quality control. There's one thing that I'm always telling people because I started out as quality assurance manager. As long as you ask for something, you specify something, you need to check if you get it. If you don't control it, don't ask for it. Makes no sense at all. Well, I'll talk about quality control later on. So, you could ask, what do you need? Give me a list. Well, if it would be that easy, I would probably not be standing here, but I would just send you a template and here you go. It really, really, really much depends on what do you want to achieve. And there is no rights or wrongs here. And that's the beauty and the challenge on it. What do you want to achieve? It can be 100 objects in a day. It can also be 1 million objects in a month. It can also be, I want everything to be internal or external. I want to outsource everything. I just want to do the quality control myself. I want to do everything in my institution for the long-term preservation, and I don't care about access, for example. There is no rights or wrongs, but somebody has to decide what you actually want to achieve. Because only then you can go and see where the resources are that you need to write your own documentation and specification. For example, a decision that you may or not achieve, may or may not want to achieve, is compliance to an FACI or an ISO standard. You can choose that. You could say, if I'm compliant to FACI, I'm also compliant to the ISO standard, but that's not exactly how it works. It's not interchangeable in that way, and it also means that you have to write a lot of specifications besides that, as we said before. also the kind of environment that you want to have in there is something that you need to decide on and that you want to achieve on. If you want to say, I'm open and flexible, then I'm taking the ISO standard, for example. I can tell you it will be very hard to use a UTT with Fudgy because the software parameters don't match one-on-one. It's doable, just needs more work, more effort. And if we are talking about more work and more effort, I like to say I'm lazy, but basically, lazy is good in our sense because we want to achieve so much. We don't have time to digitize everything in our lifetime, not even in the next 3 lifetimes. So I need to be smart and clever with the time that I have. So I want to make it easy, the most easy environment for us to get to the point where we have digitized most of the things that we want to digitize, which is something that is for me, and my institution would be, I want to achieve the maximum number of possible high-quality, high-volume digitization that I can within a year, each year. That's something that I want to achieve. So I have to decide, how can I get to this goal? I can do that different ways. They all get me to the same point. But some take me more time and more effort, and some are easier. So myself, I choose the straight path because it's easier, goes less effort, less time into it, and there the same effort, with the same time frame, I can get more done. So that's what I would decide. Then the storage is something where you probably don't have the decision power yourself, but it's something that we need to discuss very thoroughly with a lot of departments. It doesn't need to be the IT department that is actually the ones that have a say in that, but most of the times they are a part of it at least. But maybe you have a department, digital services, digital repository, something like that. Long-term repositories tend to take a lot of space. Storage. Well, and then of course, what kind of hardware do I need when I want to achieve something? That's also something I need to think about. But to get even further into the basics is projects and program workflows. Why am I doing this? Because I think it is important to understand where in all this fits the ISO standard and the Fudgy guidelines or anything like that. Because without the framework, the whole implementation is useless. I can't just start a digitization department saying, well, I will adhere to the Fudgy standard and then have no project that I will actually run with that. But on the controverse, it will influence each other very much. So if I want to start a project or a program, I have to have budget. Everything costs money. That's true for everything, unfortunately. And implementing a Fudgy or an ISO standard is costing money in the first run. So if you have a already running digitization department, it might influence your budget if you want to implement a Fudgy standard or a Fudgy guideline or an ISO standard. Why? Because people are not used to doing it this way. They have to change the workflow. They might want to buy new equipment. So everything has to change a little bit. If it's internally and you want to buy new equipment that adheres to the standard, that takes up a lot of your budget. And if it's externally, your vendors will tell you, well, the price per page goes up because I had to buy this new equipment and it's very expensive, so you have to pay me this and that. And if you have like, I don't know, 50 cents on a page for now, they will charge you 80 cents on a page the next time because they had to buy equipment for you. At least that's what they will say to you anyway. So the budget has some restrictions in every project, in every program, and the other thing that I was talking about already was define what objects and collections you want to have digitized for which purpose, which is internationally probably the thing that people forget most of the time because we are digitizing, and that's it. And when you are telling people you're digitizing and you can't see why you're actually digitizing, which happened to me quite often because I'm a consultant, and in the last 10 years, all my customers got the question, why are you doing this? And most of the times I got the answer, because we had money. Like, okay, that's great that you have money, but that's not really a good reason to start digitizing, because then, well, basically they were just spending money on not so great images, let's put it this way. So it's really important to think before you actually spend money on what to do, why. And when you know that, write the specifications for your program or your project. And this is a ladder that I really, really like to present to all my customers and basically to everybody when I'm teaching too, because it's very intuitive and non-intuitive at the same time for most of the people that I'm talking to. But it's actually a step ladder where you see that the output stands up front. So while you say, well, the product is basically the end of the whole thing, what do I get out of it? No, no, no. To define what the output is the most important thing when you start a program or a project. To know what your goal is defining everything else. If I want a long-term archive master, then this is my output, and I will write everything according to that. And if I want a web thumbnail, then I will write completely different specifications. And also, I will need completely different kinds of budgets for that, and equipment. To make it very simple, if I want a web thumbnail, I can use my smartphone. And if I want a long-term preservation master, I will need high-end equipment for that. So just to give an idea on what kind of budgets we are talking about. So first of all, define what your output is. What is the end product that you are expecting to get? And that doesn't mean that you have only one. You can actually say, well, I need a long-term preservation master, and I want the web thumbnail, and I want the OCR, and I want the, I don't know. So you can define more than one output, but define every output that you are expecting. And that can differ for each project. Also important is what kind of original material, what object type are we talking about? As we said before in the morning, newspaper, something else than glossy journal paper. I can do that, can't do that with the same specification. Museum object, whew, completely different thing. So even though I state maybe, well, I want a long-term preservation master in all three categories, my original material differs so much that I have to write different things for that. Well, basically, that's the two things that you need to make it very easy. Output first, original material second. Have those. With that, I can go shop for requirements. And if I go shopping for requirements, I have hopefully made a decision before if I want to basically follow an ISO standard, FADGI guideline, or something else, because then I go shop there for the requirements. For example, I want long-term preservation masters for newspapers. My requirement could be, and here it comes, the ISO standard 19264-1, quality level C. I can just, as that, say 99% of every technical specification. Okay, except, as we have learned this morning, resolution, color profile are not specified. So I would need to say, I want ISO 19264-1, quality level C, at 300 ppi with an embedded profile of Adobe RGB, 1989. Well, there you go. I've defined my product. The output will be a long-term preservation master. What I did not state yet is what kind of file do I want. Well, okay, let's say I want a TIFF file. So I need to actually state now, I want a TIFF file. What kind of TIFF file do I want? Well, I want a TIFF 6.0. How would I name the file? I did not state that yet. So how would I name it? Newspaper A, _01, first page. Just making stuff up here on the fly. But that would be my requirements. With stating, and this is the beauty of using an ISO standard or the FACI guideline, is that I'm implementing or referring to something. It basically implements that there has to be proof of the imaging system. So I can say, well, you need an ISO-compliant hardware to do that, and you actually have to prove it to me by using a target. And a target that is a known quantity to me, so I can actually do the quality control on it. But with that, I can make it very easy in the requirements. If I am talking about 3D objects like my vase, that will be way harder to shop anywhere for requirements. So for the purpose of that, let's not do that here. But it would kind of go with the same workflow. You need to look what you want, what you have, and how you can implement it. And state as much as you can in your requirements. And even if you think, well, basically, everybody knows that, write it anyway. It's a very known thing that people will not do anything that is not written there. So for example, I'm writing kind of a lot of specifications for digitization. This is something I do on a regular basis, and still I'm learning that I have to state more, even more than I did before. So at this moment in time, I'm specifying what kind of clothing an external or internal operator of hardware equipment is allowed to wear. That's no joke. I'm actually telling them which color of clothing are they allowed to wear when they push the button. Yes, it really is necessary. You won't believe it, but it is. So what else would we need to define in the requirements? Well, good practice would be to tell people, well, you know, now I've asked all this stuff from you, and guess what? I'm actually quality controlling everything. So what I'm stating, besides the ISO level, besides what color of clothes, I'm also stating, well, if you give me a newspaper, I want it to look exactly this way. So if you get a newspaper, a bound newspaper, you will have a page left, no, a page right, with a title. Then you have to open it. Then you get a left page with text, and maybe a right page on text, and then you have another page. So a newspaper is basically described and defined as at least one title page plus the back side, the versus side of it, but it can be more. And I want it in a TIFF where I can see the letters from left to right, from top to bottom. So don't give it to me another way. I don't want that. What I also state is, show me the complete page. How to prove the complete page? Well, borders. So I want to see the background. If you are using reference targets, object level targets, means show me the reference target plus the original. So show me that you did not crop up off any text or anything of the whole thing. And with that, I also specify what I will control. That's just for the noise. So, first of all, I can control pretty much everything that I state. Not everything I can control 100%, to be honest. I can control if every TIFF is a TIFF, for example. I can also control if every embedded header has exactly the fields that I specified with exactly the information that's specified. I can control 100% if all my files have my specified Adobe RGB color space. So I will do that. And I will state it in these requirements. I have asked you to deliver this to me. I will check this from you. And I will also state upfront the tolerances that I have for mistakes. Tolerances are also a really interesting thing because the ISO standard and the FADGI guidelines, as we said or saw this morning, have tolerances in there. So if you have 70% or above, means between 100 and 70, you can have a range of things and that will be good. A delta E of 2 is 2 up, 2 down, and you're still within the tolerance. So you have a boundary of tolerances. With things that I can control 100% because they are automated, I am having a tolerance of 0. Is that reasonable? Yes, it is, totally. If I can control it automated, they can do it too. So I can actually ask for 0 tolerance. Can I ask a 0 tolerance on the image quality of the ISO standard? No one feeling brave? Yes. Great, thanks. No, you can't. Because the ISO standard already stated a tolerance. I can't change the ISO standard. I mean, it's written in there, you have a tolerance of 2. So who am I to say, no, you don't? And then, of course, I have all the other specifications that I just said before. It has to be a right page and it has to be a left page. I can control that. Do you want to really, really, really control it on each thumbnail? If I'm getting 50 to 150,000 images? Well, that's not very efficient, to be honest. Can I control it? Automate it? No. Does artificial intelligence help me with that? No. Artificial intelligence is something that will not help us with quality control at all. Also not with visual inspection. No, it will not. Not in the next 10 years. So I can't control everything 100%. So I need another tolerance for that. Which basically means, in specifications that I write, you have 4 to 5 different parts of quality control. So all the requirements will be in chapters that will relate to their own quality control. So people know upfront what they're up against. If you do that, I will control that. This is the tolerance. If you produce an error, this is the consequence. Basically, in my case, I will send it back and you have to do it all over again, which is something that people don't like, neither internally nor externally. Externally because they don't get paid, and internally because, well, you just told your colleague that he didn't do a good job, so they don't like it. It's just kind of the faith of a quality assurance manager, but yeah. Sometimes it really helps if people do it once or twice or 3 times wrong, and then you send it back and you explain to them, well, it's not that great. Here is a suggestion to make it better. And then they actually do that and repeat and repeat and repeat. And there you go. And in the end, you will get perfect results. So it takes some time, it takes some effort, but you can do it. I could do it, so can you. So we have covered the first 3 steps of the specifications for a project or for a program, and then there comes the wishes. So the wishes is, in my to talk with IT talk, huh? Requirements are the must-haves, and the wishes are the nice-to-haves. Nice-to-have is, for me, like everything else that I didn't really need from the vendor because I could do it easily myself. But by chance, I had money and time left over, so why should I do it myself? As I stated before, lazy person, let somebody else do it, it's way easier. So, for example, if I have a bunch of great TIFF files, I could probably very easily make derivatives in JPEG, if I need them. I could do that myself, but if I have time and money left, and he offers me to do it for within my budget, well, then I just write it in the requirements or in the specifications and say, well, give me the great TIFF files plus everything as a derivative in JPEG. And pretty much with, I don't know, 150 pixels, and please make them gray and grayscale and everything else that I want. Could do that, don't need to, nice to have, wishes. So, at one point in time, I have made my specifications for a project. And it depends very much on where you are in your institution. But lots of times I've encountered customers that actually do a digitization project and think it's a one-time thing. It's like, oh, we do this one digitization project because we just got funding for this one project. And then they just do something, and then they discover, well, oh, that was cool. Now we have that digital, we have it online. Let's do something else, because now we have applied for another fund, or we got another grant. At the latest, at this point, you should think as an institution to actually get to a digitization strategy. If you're really, really, really doing it as a one-time only thing, it's completely okay to do this one project. But hardly ever stays with one project. And if you don't have an overall digitization strategy, then you don't have the cover, the umbrella for all your projects. So it's really, really important to have a digitization strategy spanning for the whole institution, for the whole of the collections, which is, for a museum, a different kind of strategy than for an archive and for a library. And you can also make smaller strategies for each kind of objects that you have, like 2D objects, 3D objects, and everything like that. But you should have an overall idea of what you want with your collection. Why are you doing it? And how much are you doing, and what is the priority in all of that? Can we do that? Can we do that? Do we need money? Do we need funding? Do we need anything else? And also based on, now that you have your program project outline, decide what do you want to do in-house and what do you want to do externally. So here are some questions that you can think about when you make this decision. And by saying, when you make the decision, it's probably not you as a person, it's you as a department, you as an institution, but somebody has to ask the tough questions. And to be quite honest, if you hire me as a consultant, I'm happily taking over the question part, because this is why you pay me. I'm always going to institutions and I'm asking the hard questions, and people don't like me very much in the first hours because I'm asking all the questions and they have never thought about it, and now I'm forcing them to give an answer. And then when we go and work on the whole thing, people tend to get like, oh, well, that's so great. Now we have all the answers, and now we can actually do that and that and that, and whole worlds go open. So it's not wrong to ask questions, and it's not wrong to not have all the answers yet. But we need answers to questions. So for the next, I don't know, when are we going to have coffee break? Already? Okay. I don't know. Tell me a time, then I will try to stop somewhere. In 50 minutes, okay. So then we have time to answer the first questions here. And I will ask these questions. And I will also try to answer them. So, questions that I need to ask. Myself, my institution, whoever. Can I actually do this in-house? Can I do this in-house? Means also immediately, do I have the equipment? Because if I don't have the equipment, then I have to answer something else. Do I have money to buy the equipment? So, can I do this in-house is not so much about can I really do it, but do I have all the things that I need? And the first thing is, do I have the equipment? If I have the equipment in-house, then I need people. Somebody who actually can do something with the machine. Do the people that I have the competence to actually produce something on the machine? If either of those are a no, we have a little bit of a problem, because it will cost time and money to get all three to yes. If I do only have the equipment and don't have the people, well, it will take a lot of training to do that. So if I even have the money to buy the equipment, it doesn't help me really much if I have a time frame when I need my products tomorrow. If my products have to be done in like 2-3 years' time, okay, no problem. I can buy the equipment, I can train people, everything will be fine. But if I'm on a tight schedule, then I have to say, well, probably I cannot do this in-house. And I cannot do this in-house is something else, then is it necessary to do it in-house? I can actually say, well, I have the equipment, I have the people, the competence is here. I could really do it in-house. Just have to pull out my originals out of the magazine, bring them upstairs or something like that, do it, bring it downstairs. But is it really necessary? Is it such a unique, valuable object that I really need to do that? Do I really need to have it now? Like tomorrow? Basically yesterday? Because whenever people want something, they always want it yesterday. Or can it wait? And can it wait is a very important question when we are talking about mass digitization. Because the more objects alike that I can group together, that I can send out to an external vendor with my specifications, to a capable vendor, of course, the lower the price it will get me. That's basically how the market works. And being in-house, well, okay, I might be a bit faster, but it also costs me a lot more money because I have to buy the equipment myself, I have to have the people, I have to have the competence, takes time, takes money. It is normally way faster and cheaper to just clinch everything together, ship it somewhere, which is kind of nice with newspapers because, well, they are same sizes, newspaper pages, you're sending them out by the millions, and you just get millions of pages back. Can't do that with museum stuff most of the times, but well, newspaper, journals, printed books lend themselves very easily to that. So the question is it really necessary? If you're talking transparencies and transmissive material, same question goes, well, I might be able to do 35mm negative films in-house, but is it really necessary? Other question would be, I have this great, super old glass patterns, negatives, 4 by 5 inches, 8 by 11, whatever. Is it really necessary to digitize them in-house? Well, talking about transportation and insurance and once of a kind unique items that could break that you can't get anywhere else, you might come to a completely different conclusion and to say, well, it is necessary to do it in-house, or it is necessary to bring somebody in that can do it in-house. That's the other option. But to bring an outside vendor in-house with their equipment could save you money from buying high-end equipment and the training of your own people, which does not mean that you should not buy your own equipment and specifically not train your own people to be able to do it. It's always great to have your own stuff and your own people that have the competence to do it. But recognizing that not all institutions have the capacity and the money to do so. There are a wide range of institutions. Lots of them can do that, lots of them can't do that, and I try to be fair for everybody. So there are a lot of options. Answer those questions for your institution, for your own situation. That's really necessary. And with that, those are the things that we need to cover when we think about the whole internal, external thing. A lot of times is the transport something that goes into, is it really necessary? Is it necessary to do it in-house when the transport would mean it could break? The insurance will not play along, because there are insurance companies that will not insure stuff because, well, it's high valuable, too valuable, or the insurance will take up so much of your budget that you can't afford it. That's the other thing. I mean, insurance companies says, well, okay, I will insure it, but give me $1 million. And no, I don't have that kind of budget. Let me just do it in-house. So there's things that you need to think about when you encounter all these originals. Then there is this other department that is very important for digitalization. So I've mentioned the IT department. Well, don't try to play along with without the restoration department. So restorers will have a big say in what you can and cannot do with your originals. For example, they did not like glass platens to be moved without them being present, which makes it quite impossible for me to send a glass platen out to an external vendor because I have to send a restorer with it, and they have to handle it. Just completely useless, actually, and it costs a lot of time and money to do that. But it can be even as easy as, well, you're not allowed to open the book for 180 degrees. Like, okay, I can't open it. So this will have an influence on what I do and how I do it. If I can't open the thing, there is a lot of things to do. So originals always have, in every digitization workflow, something like they need to come out of a magazine, might or not take a reroute at the restoration department, go to a digitization unit internally or externally because you have decided it hopefully before, and you have a transport back in the safe place of their storage. And that's basically the easiest way you can describe it, but you have to think that everything in there will have influence on your decisions. Can I do it? Do I need to do it? What do I need to do? Do I have the money? Basically, all these things have also a lot of influence on the money side. So if you have a conversion unit, because, well, as we heard, it's signal processing things that we are doing. We are doing the imaging. We do talk about equipment, but the equipment does not work without a computer. Basically, everything that we are buying has a computer that does all the techie stuff that we see in an image later on. So there has to be some processing, and for the processing you need firmware from the equipment. And in, I think, 100% of all cases, it's proprietary software, proprietary firmware, at least. Each digital bag that you have or encounter or can buy has their own proprietary algorithms in there. You don't go in there, you can't change that, it is what it is, and it will be updated more or less frequent, depending on who is writing the algorithms. it might destroy everything. It might make it really better. It might introduce mistakes. You want to make a decision when you buy equipment about all of that, which also means, do I have the budget to buy this or to buy that? Or how does the firmware upgrades work? Is it included in the contract, yes or no? Same goes for the software, the actual software that you have to process, the actual software that you have to adjust images, and also the software that you need for the quality control. And then you have to have, of course, a display, a monitor. Basically, you need two, because you need one for the quality control too. And of course, you have to think about where to save everything. Also, if you're doing it externally, when it's not necessary to do it in-house, or you can't do it in-house, it's pretty easy. You need to establish in your requirements, for example, a path from the vendor to you, the data. How to get the data from A to B. How would I get the data from, I don't know, the National Library to the vendor, or vice versa? There are lots of options, of course. Cloud services, FTPs, SFTPs, snail mail, hard drives, everything like that. Don't use CDRs and DVDs, please. But anyway, no floppies, no zip disks, but yeah. So all the newer stuff, let's put it this way. But then you have only transferred the data from A to B. So now you have to store them somewhere to save it. That's where the storage capacity comes in. The storage for the long-term repository is behind that, but you need some production space. Where do you save it when the project is still running? How do you save it when the quality control is being done? What do you do with versioning of stuff and all the things like that? So that would be externally, but internally you have exactly the same problem. I can do it in-house. I have my equipment, my machine, my people, my competence. I can do it in-house. But how do I get it from A to B, from one station that is actually producing the images to the station where the quality control happens? Because it's not the same station. Ideally, at least, it's not the same station. It should never be the same station, basically. But then you can say, okay, they are in the same network. They share the same network drive. Okay, great IT if you can manage that. Most ITs I encounter say, well, no, this is so special equipment, I don't want that in my network. So what are you doing? Hard drives. You're snail mailing yourself the hard drive from one computer to the other computer, for example. Works if you are only using the pipeline imaging quality control. Well, then somewhere you have to still to save it, so you need something that is actually putting it on a server, on a storage, where you can actually save it. Versioning, project, everything like that. But yeah, that's things that you all need, and you need to think about when you make the decision, can I do it in-house? Because all the storage can also be outsourced, by the way. Depending on your IT department and your institution strategy, or the rights department, because a lot of rights departments say you are not allowed to store it in cloud services, for example, because of copyright reasons, legal reasons, or anything like that, or because, I don't know. I've heard the most interesting argumentation against cloud services or SFTPs or anything like that. So I'm always saying, well, there is a hard drive, but I can have cupboards full of hard drives. This is not a storage. The IT department then agrees, and somehow they find a fight together. So legal and IT, and I'm just sitting on the sidelines and waiting for an outcome. This is the most lazy manner that you can have. Just let them fight it out. But somebody has to push the buttons that they will fight it out. So you need maybe take a role in that. And with that, you can make the first really big decisions Do it internally, do it externally. What kinds of things do you do internally? What kinds do you do externally? There's one thing that I would never outsource, and it's the quality. Well, hello. Great to see you all back. Just confirmed we will have one more little break before the end, because to give you another 2 hours full of my speech will be a little bit too much. So we will have another break. And while I'm already saying that, I want to say something else. I am completely aware that this is a very intensive day for all of you. First of all, because I'm talking in English, which is not your mother tongue, and it's not my mother tongue. There are interpreters that are kindly enough translating everything that I'm saying on the fly. They don't know what I'm telling you up front, because I'm making this up as I go, because it's a lot of interaction that I need to adhere to here. And I'm talking a lot. I'm giving you a lot of information in a short amount of time, which also makes me talk a lot faster than, not normally, because I'm normally also a very fast talker. But still, I'm talking fast, and I'm trying to send as much information as possible in a short amount of time. So I'm completely aware. Tomorrow, if you have any questions over the weekend, next week, in a few months, well, please find me, and I will try to answer them. Because I'm completely aware there's lots of information that you can't process right now, and it's really a long day today, and it will be tomorrow too. But I hope you still enjoy it, and thank you for bearing with me all these long hours. Without further ado, let's go into what is digitization always. The first and most important thing about digitization, well, there are a few most important things, actually, in my view. First of all, I'm starting with the bottom of the slide. Digitization means a lot of communication throughout the whole operation. Digitization equals communication. If you're in a position of a digital project manager, digital program manager, or anybody else in digitization, you will need to communicate with your staff, with your people, with your vendors, with your heads of other departments, with your IT, with your restorers, with your magazine, with your logistics people, with insurances, with finances, with HR, with everybody. You have to be the communicator, and it's really, really important to know and be aware of that role. You might have the technical information that nobody else has, so you have to transport it. And all those other people might not know what you're actually talking about when you say, well, I need this high-end equipment for this and this purpose. Well, okay, you really, really need that kind of money from me? Well, yes, I do, because then I will get this and that. Well, people don't tend to understand it, so you have to transport it in a different way. So communication really, really is an important thing in digitization. A lot of times I encounter that the expectation is a problem. So when communication is one thing, the expectation management is the other big thing in digitalization. You might remember from this morning I said, well, I want a high quality image. Yes, but what is a high quality image? People cannot normally give you a straight answer to that rather than, well, 600 ppi. I've encountered it countless times. People say, I want a high quality image. Or, even recently, somebody told me, well, I want a high quality TIFF. And I'm like, okay, you want a high quality TIFF, but why not a JPEG 2000, for example? Well, that's not high quality. Well, I would not state that. I would say they can both be high quality depending on what you're actually specifying. But people have expectations. And basically, we all have expectations. I mean, I have expectations, you have expectations, everybody has expectations. But how to find out what the other person or other institution or other department is expecting? And another thing that institutions, management often expects is, I want it tomorrow. well, I can't do it tomorrow because it takes time. I have to process it. I have to transport it. It can't be back tomorrow. Or another thing that users very often say, because, well, the internet is full of information, and there are other institutions that work with mass digitization, but they've already done it for 20 years. Why don't you have this and this title online? Well, because I can't do everything right now, because I don't have the time, budget, and money for everything. I need to make choices. I have a priority. I can do this title now, and I can do that title and this collection after that. That's why I don't have everything on there right now. But you should have everything online. Yeah, well, we can't have, because, well, there is this little thing called legal issues. We can't put everything online. I cannot find this. Yeah, probably because the original from this year was not there in our collection, for example. So there's lots of cases why we don't adhere to the expectations of others. So having good communications with everybody is really necessary also to manage all the expectations, not only internally but also externally, but definitely also from management, from the user base, from your internal staff, and also from the finance department, because they have expectation that you don't spend all their money. Then there is one other thing that I would want to state is, while I've talked a lot about writing specifications and requirements, I acknowledge it's hard. That's not something that you do within 5 minutes on a Monday after the first coffee. It's something you need to sit and think about. Something that really needs to be written well and cover all the bases, because once it's out there, it's very hard to change. Especially when you have a contract out, then it's very hard to change anything within a contract. Or if you write for funding, and you get funding based on your specification, it's very hard to change the specifications in the middle of the project because, oh, I just forgot something. So writing good specifications is really hard. That's why I rather be the lazy person and use where I can shop in the guidelines and standards and reference back to those, because it's already defined, and only cover those bases that are not in the references in the standards and guidelines that I really need to specify. Like I said before, I need an ISO level C for my newspaper. I really need to state the 300 PPI, for example, but I don't want to write everything, every parameter of the ISO level C. I mean, I could do that, definitely. I could even do a copy-paste, but then I would need to also write up all the specifications that I mean with it if I don't want to use the reference to the ISO standard. So in order not to forget anything and to have good technical specifications, make use of standards and guidelines. Also, be aware whenever your digitization department, manager, program manager, anything like that, or even when you're a photographer and you think you know everything because, well, we've always done it this way, there needs only to be one person changing in the whole institution, and your expectations and your consensus changes. So when you talk to the restoration department and to the cataloging department, how to treat your object, well, there will be two different sets of opinions. Do they have a consensus? Most of the times not. So while the one department wants you to put everything online yesterday, the other one's like, I don't want you to touch the object. Well, there is a problem here. I can't digitize it without touching it. So I need a certain consensus. And it gets worse the more variety of objects you have. So classically, newspaper, straightforward thing, more or less the same thing. Once you have a consensus, it works for most of the newspaper titles that you want to put in there. But as soon as you are changing to a heterogeneous collection like an archive, where you can find basically everything, like printed, typed, handwritten things all in one box. The conservation department, at least in my experience, always says, oh, we need to do that, and this object you have to handle like this, and this object you have to handle like this. Well, that's not really great for mass digitization, because you need something standardized that gives you the moving forward, you know? You need the momentum to get forward. You can't just have one object, and each day you have another object. So, also, the digitization department, the digitization manager, is very often in the position to be the mediator to trying to find a consensus, what's possible. What's possible for the restoration, for example, for the other departments that have a say in it, but also for the digitization, the advocate for the mass that you want to achieve. Because, first of all, you had the institutional strategy of what do you want to achieve. If your strategy says one object a day is perfect, well, then your task, finding a consensus, will be way easier. If you want to push out millions of objects in a year, your task will be quite heavy. You don't need to do everything yourself. You don't need to know everything yourself. There are people in the world that can help you with writing good specifications, trying to convince other departments, taking over certain outsourced parts. Yes, they are there, but they don't come for free. So you can make use of experts, but only, of course, if you have some budget for it. If you don't have the budget, it will take you just a little bit more time and more effort to do it yourself. It's not impossible. Absolutely not. It just helps to have an expert look through or write something up for you because they're used to doing it, which means they are way faster with it, but exactly cost money for that. So, to give you a start in how we would approach that, or how I would approach it, is, well, here we go again. Questions, lots of questions. Finding answers to lots and lots and lots of questions. And the beauty about this is, it does not matter what kind of digitization process you will follow, and it doesn't matter which kind of object you are doing, because the questions always remain the same. So what I'm trying to give you here is a basic set of things that will get you kick-started for each and every project or program that you want to do, in digitization, of course. So what's your goal? The output that we had in the stepladder. What are we digitizing? The originals in the stepladder. How much do I want to digitize? Do I actually want the one object, the 100,000 objects, the million objects? And how much money do I have? Very important question, because it will limit everything else. When I'm doing the digitization and the quality assurance, is the question something completely different? Do I need a one-button solution? One-button solution being, there is an original, I press one button, and it will do everything that I wanted automatically. Tend to cost a lot of money, because there are so many variables that somebody has to build in it that they don't come off the shelf, and you need to customize it, and customization costs money. Do you want a one workflow solution? So, different kinds of objects, different kinds of specifications, but they all follow the same workflow. How individual or flexible do you want or need to be in your digitization and quality control? Another thing that came up several years ago, not too long, is the question about open source and not open source. There are some countries that are, well, if they have governmental institutions that are doing cultural heritage digitization, they say, well, you have to use open source software, you're not allowed to use proprietary software, which makes the market completely different because, for example, target analysis software is not open source normally, but you still need it. So that means that you have to write an extra piece of paper to convince somebody else that you really need a proprietary software piece, while everything else has to be open source. Can be done, happens all the time. It's a question that you have to answer for your own institution. What is the policy here? Also, sometimes it makes more sense for an institution just to write their own software or to hire somebody to write their own software, to outsource that, whatever, but to get their own piece of software specifically for the one institution. Does not make sense for small institutions. Quite frank, quite honest here, it makes only sense if you have the volume where it makes sense to write software. If you have a very small institution, not a lot of people in there, you have a lot of objects maybe, but you don't have a lot of budget, don't try to start writing software. It will take way too long and it will not be necessary. You can do it with off-the-shelf products. But if you really have the volume, the mass, and the people, and the money, it's completely valid to think about, should we write our own software specific for our institution? Take some time, of course. Defining specifications for software is yet another field where you need to take good care that a program actually understands what you want them to do and how you test it, so it will take time. And of course money, but it will take a lot of time and very good specifications for programming. But if we go back to the step ladder, we can go even deeper, and I will not go through all of it, but pick a few of the questions. What are we going to produce is one of the images, the why, the what for, what's the goal. And as I said, preservation imaging will give you a line where you can use the FACI guidelines, where you can use the ISO standard. If you don't have preservation imaging on your output list, you basically do not need to implement all of it. You can say, well, I'm making a pretty picture for my website. That's completely fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you're doing long-term preservation, there is something wrong with producing pretty pictures because, well, it's not documented anyway. But this is a question that you will need to answer for yourself, for your institution, for your program, for your project. And the last one is very interesting. What do you want to achieve? Do you want to achieve high volume, high quality, high volume, low quality, low volume, low quality, low volume, high quality? All these combinations have their own purpose. You can satisfy some needs with any of those. The thing that I would say in preservation imaging, 2D digitization, paper-based, the thing you want to achieve is high volume, high quality. You want a massive throughput on the highest possible quality with state-of-the-art. So state-of-the-art being an ISO standard, being a FACI guideline or anything like that, because that's what you can actually produce, and that's what the best option of the four is in terms of time and money that you're spending. For the original material, as I said before, you want to group as much as possible together because that's more efficient than doing, well, one letter here, one printed book there, one vase here. If you have the same kind of objects together, you can actually produce efficiency, make workflows per object sort, and make specifications per object type. So there are some questions that you can ask yourself where you can group things together. Like, is it books? Is it newspapers? Do I really have mixed materials? Can I somehow logistically get them apart from each other? But even more important is the question is it digitizable? Because if not, well, there we have another problem. We can't digitize it anyway. So we don't need to bother about making a plan for it. But there are really things, there are a lot of things that you can actually digitize. People don't think that you can digitize them, but you can digitize them because they are not as fragile as they actually look. Or you can actually treat them and not destroy them. Depends on the restoration department that you're talking to. I've encountered several kinds of restoration departments, and they all have different ideas about what digitization will do to an object. And when they finally see what a digitization does to an object, they are like, oh, but it's not completely destroyed. I'm like, no, that's not the point of digitization. It's actually saving the original. But well, some objects do need some preparation and treatment before being digitizable. So you can't digitize them as is, they need some treatment. Especially if a page, for example, cannot be, now I'm missing a word, turned without being, well, half destroyed, without being ripped apart, then it's better to have treatment before digitization. But the treatment from the conservation should not influence the image quality of what we will get out of the image. Which means if they use very heavy Japanese paper, which gives a white glow all over the page and I can't read the text anymore, I would rather not have that done before the digitization. I would rather make them something that make the turning possible and then do the treatment afterwards, so in order to have the whole text readable. For example, then if I have a not perfect condition original, the next big question is it unique? As I said, the one vase in a museum might be the only one on the whole planet that exists. With a newspaper or a printed book, there might be another library or another archive that actually has a copy. So can I actually get another copy from interlibrary loan or from, I don't know, just asking the next archive on the block if they have the same copy. And if they have a more suitable copy, I would rather change for a more digitizable option than have my not so great in condition option and have that digitized. So when I'm writing the requirements, those are questions that I'm actually asking myself. First of all, image quality. We've talked a lot about that. That relates back to the ISO standard, FACI, and so forth, and so forth. But I have to have something about the content. And the content is something very strange, because what kind of traits do you ask will give you a complete different answer. What kind of margin of error is acceptable for a librarian? Talking about a newspaper. Anyone feeling lucky today? Any librarians in the room? Okay, I can tell you, Swiss librarians will say, none. There is no margin of error. Not at all. You have to have the 100% content. I'm feeling lucky then, because then I say, well, what's the content? There's one different thing. Is the text the content of the newspaper, or is the newspaper actually the thing that I want to see? Is it the object that I want to see, or the text? Because I cannot guarantee the text if on the newspaper the text is also worn out. So how on earth would I actually control the quality of that? Basically, if I'm not accepting any loss of text, means two things. I have to make sure that all the text is there up front. Well, that's basically impossible. I mean, I can't read every paper, every page of the whole newspaper title to see if everything's there. And what is if it's not there in the original? I mean, I can't magically make it appear in the digital image. So there's one thing. The other thing is the digitization. Let's talk about 150,000 images that I have to make sure that all the text is there. Well, how would I do that with a 0% margin? I know it's getting late, but the way to do it is one by one with the original aside. So I have to turn every page in the original, and I have to click all the images and actually look at everything. 100%. Huh? That's not a really efficient way. 99%. Well, a librarian would say 99% is not good enough because you're missing. Well, basically, it's impossible, if you do mass digitization programs, to do 100% content quality control on if every page is really there, if the text is all there. So it's really important to have and find a consensus on the content quality. What kind of margin of error is acceptable? And here is a very important thing that we should not forget. The whole pipeline that we are doing here is filled with people. People do make mistakes. Even the best people do make mistakes. It's impossible for a human being to be completely without any mistake. So within the time frame, there will be one page lost. There will be one page double. There will be something. How bad is it? How much problems will we have if we have one page twice in the digital images? Well, is it worse or less bad if I have two images of the same page or if I have one page missing? There are a lot of things that you need to think about when you talk about content quality. For objects, it could be way easier, because if I say, okay, there is a book as an object, I have a front, a back, and all the sides. I have 6 images. And if I have 6 images and they all look different, I'm done and settled. If I want to know if every page is in there, and I have actually a page count, and I have 100 pages in there, and I have 100 images, and they all kind of look different, which I can't really see, then I'm pretty sure. But what if I don't have a page count? And with newspapers, normally with old newspapers, you don't have page counts on there, and probably they have print errors in there, and then you have somebody who prepares it that made a mistake, then with the digitization, somebody made a mistake, and then in the quality control, somebody else made a mistake. So there is accumulation of a potential chain of errors that you have to think about whenever you write a requirement. Whenever you are requiring something, be aware of what you are asking and what an impact it could have. Some things you don't want, absolutely not, but you can't control them, not 100%. So you have to still accept it because we are all human. Other things, you might feel more free about it. It's not that big of a deal if one of the pages is not a single page, but a double page. Okay, so there are different kinds of errors that you can define here and that you should define and see what kind of impact it has. Biggest thing here, be aware who you're asking for what is acceptable. I've made the mistake too often to ask a librarian, and then I always got back, well, I don't accept any errors. And I'm like, okay, I can't make that happen for you. So they have to live with some error. But it's very hard to find a consensus. Then the next thing you could think about is wishes. Wishes in a lot of different kinds of ways. For example, file structures don't need to be exactly what you wanted because there are easy scripts that can change all the file trees for you. You don't need to have that already figured out in advance. The manner of digitization. There is, for example, something with spread and single pages that you can wish for, but, well, you don't need to actually specify that before. What kind of file format, access copies you want. Do you want a JPEG 2000? Do I want a JPEG? Do I want a PDF? Do I want a bitmap? Whatever? A GIF? Maybe? Who knows? And how much money do I have to create 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 of those access copies? Or do I need to do it myself? Well, as I said before, for the original, you can have wishes, like do the treatment after the digitization. Give me something like a workaround that I can just use for the digitization, or don't digitize it at all. Just something most of the times then people say, okay, I will find a solution for you because they really like it digitized. But you can also say, well, I really want this original to be handled minimally. So you only have to do it like this and only do it on this time and that time frame and everything like that. So there's a lot of wishes that you can have, but that you don't need to specify or that cost extra money or time that's not really necessary to get to the image. But when I have my image, then I only have the zeros and ones in an archival master without anything else. Is that the end of my digitization? Well, strictly speaking, yes. I made a conversion. Analog information into digital file transformation. Zeros and ones, the information is there. Can I do a lot of things with that? No, not really. For example, as we said before, desqueuing is something that you might want or need to do. Like for an archival master, it's not that big of a deal if your TIFF actually shows an image that is skewed like 5%. Okay, well, so somebody got their original a little bit skewed on the table and they made an image of it. Big deal. Well, yeah, it is a big deal, of course, because of the distortion and everything like that. But well, okay. So let's say, for the sake of this thinking, we would need to deskew it because there is something else that we want to do with that image, and that needs to be straight. OCR, for example. If you have a skewed image, the OCR will actually have a problem reading the text on it, so it will give you a lot of interesting stuff, but not readable stuff. So you need to deskew it, for example, for the OCR. The orientation, like I said before, I don't want to get neck pain when I'm reading my text. I want to rotate something that I can actually read it in a Western normal way, from left to right, from top to bottom. The color. Sometimes I want to adjust the color because I need it to be more crisp for a flyer, because the marketing department asked me to use this image for a flyer that they want to get out. Now, if we are following Apache ISO standard workflow, we will get a great image, but it will not look so crisp as the marketing likes it. They have a tendency to have crisp, very high, shiny, glossy images. That's what they like. So if I need to produce that, I will need to adjust the image. I can do that on a derivative, that's no problem at all, but I will need to do it anyway. If I have a platform that is not allowing me big files, I will probably need to do some transformation to get my file size smaller. Getting file size smaller is bit depth, grayscaling, color imaging, because it takes less space, cropping, of course, which is all things that I would need to do for certain outputs. Do I really want to do that on my archival master? Well, I don't want to change a color image into a grayscale, not a 16-bit to 8-bit. Why would I? Well, if I don't have any storage left, that's why. But there are other ways and better ways to do that, to save storage. But I would probably do some cropping. Cropping, for example, because when I have an A size and I only have the A4 object on it, I will get a lot of free room with basically no information than the background of the pretty good results for printed things. As long as you have handwritten text, you run into problems. Well, there can be all kinds of things coming out of, well, any software. So HDR is a handwritten text recognition software that basically all of the ones that I know of are neural networks that work with model training that are big or not so big, depending on how well they are trained and how much data they have, of course, like neural networks work. But there is, I think, the big search for the one model that covers them all. It's not there yet, but there are certain styles that are pretty well known in models, like Dutch 17th century specific branches like advocacy. They have really good models. They can already get a lot of data out of it. And then there is, I think, a very, very great model for Gothic typeface. So OCR is doing Antiqua, modern typewriting, but also Gothic typefaces. But traditionally not as great as for modern typefaces. So HDR neural networks also trained for Gothic typefaces, and they seem to be doing very well with that. Basically because it's always the same kind of letter, of course, but it's easier for handwritten text recognition models than for the classical OCR software. So that's basically the difference. And very often it's just called OCR, but there is a distinction between it, and it's important to know what we are talking about because the software behind it also works completely different. While HDR, for example, only uses zones, optical character recognition is really on the letter, on the character, and is not trained as neural networks normally. It was written as a specific algorithm, while HDR is completely neural networks. So, okay, now we get to some fun part. But before that, because it's already come up, targets. Because everything has influence on everything. So there are some people that use a UTT target. They're not here yet at this moment in time, but yeah. Who uses something else? Yes, yes, yes. 3 people are using something else. Okay, what are you using? Golden thread. The color checker SG. Anything else? No, okay. Not yet. Oh, not yet. I like the sound of that. And color checker. Okay. So graciously, with the National Library here gave me their target. Is it this color checker? It's smaller. So a mini color checker? Okay. Color checker passport. Okay. So this? Yeah? No, not at all. No, not at all? Okay. This one? Okay. What are you using it for? Yes, sorry, we do need some microphone.
Thank you. I am using it to actually quality control my scans.
Okay, what are you controlling?
Color accuracy of reproduction. I'm attempting to at least, to get consistency between sessions.
Okay. So you are doing it before a session?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's usually a first scan in the session.
Okay, great. And your mini color checker passport?
Yeah, hello. My name's Wojtek. I'm from Museum of the Second World War in Gdańsk. And I use it for controlling exposition and white balance, mainly.
Okay. Classical museum use.
Yeah.
That's what most of the museums tell me what they're doing with it. Well, it's actually very nice. It's plasticky. Can't get, you can even bend it. The color checker classic, that's what it's called. By the way, are you not using any targets at all if you do digitization? Just a question, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just curious here.
It depends on objects, because some objects doesn't need color accuracy representation, so we don't use color management on them.
Okay. So you don't use a target at all then?
Sometimes.
Okay.
It depends on the object.
Okay, great. Well, can always improve on that. So, color checker classic, 24 patches. Sorry. Very few patches. Also the small version, very few patches. Does have some grayscale and some basic colors. Very old, very often with every equipment that you buy, you get this one. And then, well, that's it. Okay. So, color management, very hard. First of all, too few colors. They are matte and not glossy, which is great, but on the other side, well, we can't build a color profile of that, so, Also, the other thing is, it's not measured. If I say this has an L value of 90, you basically have to believe me. And that's it. And if your image says it's 95, well, it can be or cannot be true. Stupid thing here is, you would need to measure your own card, your own chart, in order to be able to relate it back to your image. So the only thing that you can actually do with it is basically, indeed, try to be consistent. If I put it on today, and I put it on tomorrow, will my system give me back the same color image? Will give me back the same 95 value? Makes no sense to actually measure it because the patches are too big, And therefore, the variation of your measurement would be all over the place because it's never a neutral patch. The bigger the patch is, the more variety you have. So cultural heritage pretty soon abandoned this for using in guidelines like FACI, like Metamorphose, and came to this. That's the Digital Color Checker SG, DCSG, Digital Color Checker SG. That's what it's called. Which is kind of crazy because it's CCDSG, but they call it DCSG, just so you know. Well, it has 140 patches, which means we have a lot more color in there. And fortunately, we also have a grayscale in there. Here, this thing is a grayscale in 20 steps, basically. So it starts here, goes over there, here to there, and those three. That is a classical grayscale. A grayscale, as we have read in the ISO standard, is very important for tonal reproduction, OECF, and everything like that. So you could calibrate your system to that. Otherwise, you have other targets that I will show later or probably even tomorrow on the internet, where we can talk way more about it. But I want to take the opportunity to say that all now here, because now we have the originals here. It has also way more color. And it has some near neutrals, which is basically, well, the tones that are more related to paper color in here. And here are also some near neutrals and also some other colors. That makes it way easier to make a color profile, which is important for our equipment that we are buying, and has a little bit more advantage if you have it measured, because it's also not neutral at all, but still the patch size is way smaller. So here, it would really matter where you have your point measurement. Here, there's not so much space where you can actually measure within a patch. But it's very important to use. A measured color checker SG, because also here, if I tell you this is 90, well, you just have to believe me. So X-Rite is the company that is actually producing those color checkers, the Color Checker Classic, the Passport, the Mini, the X-Rite Color Checker Digital SG. They all from the same company. Important to note, they were never intended for use of cultural heritage, which means they are not specifically built for our use case. Neither for museums, nor for archives, nor for anything else. They were intended for something completely different. So we have actually the best chance not to get to the theoretical values. You can actually find the theoretical values of those. If you look at their webpage, which is on the backside of the color checker, it says also which edition, and that's the production edition from X-Rite. In this case, the National Library has August 2017 edition. On their website, you will find theoretical values for this edition. That means one set of tables for their complete production. The production tolerances are very high because they were not intended for cultural heritage. So what means? If I have this white patch here, and I need it to be an L star value of 95, because that's what my guideline, for example, said. It could very well be that this patch is 98. If I have a tolerance of a delta of 2, I now have a problem, because this patch, in reality, will fall out of my measurements. 95, 98, 3. Delta is 2 allowed. So it really matters a lot what kind of values this specific color checker has, which is the recommendation. If you're using targets like this, make sure you're using measured targets. Here goes my rant again. You can do it yourself, but you need the right equipment. You need a test regime, and you need to make it more than once, average it out, and it's really a lot of time-consuming things that you have to do. You can actually pay someone to actually send you a measured one, and then you have all the data, and you can just cross-check. Oh, it says 94.9, and my image gives me back 96. Great, that's right in my delta. So that would be a kind of usage that you can have. Also, you can, if you have a measured reference file, you can also make a color profile that's actually matching your own chart. If you do it by theoretical values, the software algorithm that will produce your color profile will match it to a completely different color. So your white could be gray in a worst case scenario, and all your colors would be completely off. They wouldn't be red. They would be pink, for example. So be aware when you use targets on how to use it and what you can actually do with it. What you can do here is a very tiny measurement scale, which is basically a shame for such a large target, because you have really like the whole thing here and nothing here, and they did not use the space. They just made a very tiny 6 centimeter thingy here. Well, it's not very efficient use of the space, but also not very efficient for us, because if you want to measure something bigger, well, we have to find another target. So, well, was not intended for use like we use it. That's the main part. Trying not to make anything happen to it. So, here's the tiny little piece. Who knows it? Okay. One, two, three? 3 people? Okay, 3 people know it. It's actually, should be like this. This is up, this is down. We'll fix that for you. It's a very, very expensive target. They come in one little piece, and actually, even if you have done Metamorphose in its old days, you needed 5. One of those is $250. So if you need 5, and you do need 5, you are like $1,200, and then you have to import it, of course, because you can only find it at one company. One company is selling those, Applied Images. All the others are make-offs, fake news and everything like that. So this is the real deal, Applied Images. Really, really expensive. I would know, I've just bought them. But you need at least 5 of those. So 5 being 4 corners and 1 in the center. So if you have your equipment and your background, you want to cover everything, you have to put 5 on there, make 1 image, and then hopefully have software that can actually measure your SFR MTF. It does not really measure the OECF, but it does really well measure the slanted edges, the SFR, the sampling efficiency, the sampling resolution, everything like that. It will give you an idea how well your lens is performing, let's put it this way, or how parallel your system is actually there. It can pinpoint you to a lot of trouble with your system, if you make a measurement of those, if you have 5, you need to make 5 measurements, of course, and then you can compare the measurements because they should behave logically. Sometimes they don't, and then sometimes you think, why? And then actually your camera is tilted one way or the other, and if you fix that, everything's fine. But it's a very expensive thing. So I understand why people are not using it. But those were the old days. Let's put it this way. In the old days, you had at least a color checker. And I'm talking 2017 with the old days. 5 of those in one image. If you felt not too lucky, white sheet of paper to cover the white balance. Grayscale. If you are really lucky, you could put the grayscale into the image with the SFRs. So you only had 4 shots in total. Because the 4th one is a geometric target, because what you can't measure really is geometry with the color checker. So there is another target called the QA, no, the Q2, the QA2, RPM FM. And it gives you a sense of the distortion, the geometric distortion. So you had to have 4 shots, 4 images with different targets that you needed different software for to actually calculate an analysis, which he does not need to do because he uses a golden thread target. Golden thread target being a multi-pattern target like the UTT that we saw in the ISO standard. Not at the same level, but it incorporated all of those images that you needed to do the old way, basically with 1 shot. And that's why this is also not a very efficient way. It was not very efficient to do all the shots. They still have a value, those targets. So if you have them, don't throw them away. You can always repurpose them for other things, especially if you're benchmarking your hardware. But yeah. Let's put it this way. Does anybody have questions? No? Okay. Yes?
I have a question about the previous issue with your optimism about checking at 100% of text accuracy.
Oh, I was not optimistic, I hope.
And this is hard to do. And that's why I said 99% is achievable, but 100% rather not.
I do not believe in 100%. Absolutely not. Never.
Not without actually reading the text from the original.
Exactly, and who has the time for that?
Yeah.
It's impossible. I do not think that content quality on 100% is in any sense of the way possible to achieve. Because even to have somebody work through the whole originals while he is monitoring what's on the screen, basically you have to look this way and this way at the same time, hand-eye coordination, turn page, everything has to go, and that in a reasonable time frame. I do not believe that a human being can be, without any mistake, doing that for 100,000 images.
Yeah, but you can do approximately 90 to 99% by focusing on the edges of the text frame, and that should do for librarians. I might state that. That's my opinion.
Sure.
But I think this.
That would be possible, but then I would need to have somebody actually do that, which is also very inefficient use of personnel time.
Yes, but what you can do others? There's no other options.
Negotiating with your librarian. So that's my choice. I'm negotiating a higher margin of error And then I'm using a statistical sampling method, getting me to that margin.
But what do you want to achieve with higher margin of error?
Well, maybe they accept that there is 1 or 2 pages missing in the whole content.
I'd say I would accept doubled pages, but not missing pages.
You have said you were not a librarian.
Why do you think so?
Well, that's basically what a librarian also says then. And that is depending really on how much staff do you have. It really is, it is all achievable, yes, but only if you have the time and the staff to do it. And that's basically the consensus that you have to find together is how much time and effort can I put into it with being reasonable to achieve this goal. And in the end, somebody makes a decision. Sometimes I win, sometimes they win. And sometimes we don't get to a consensus and then it goes higher up and the director has to decide. So yeah, that's what I said with communication. You have to communicate a lot and you have to explain what is possible and what is not possible and why, or how you can make it possible. I mean, I have done workshops on international conferences and I've stated the same thing, and I had people sitting there and they said, well, if personnel is everything that I need, I just hire the next 100 and they will sit there for the next 3 years. I'm like, great, can I get there? Because I need those people. And well,
Everybody does.
Everybody, well, I can tell you a country where they have that.
Yeah, I know.
But that's basically the thing. As long as we do get the resources, we can make things happen. If not, I have to find a clever way how to deal with it. And that means that I will need a little bit from them, giving and taking. And that's what you need to find the sweet spot, the consensus in. And then everything's possible. I mean, I could even achieve 100% if I have enough personnel that is doing it one after the other and one is controlling the work of the other. I would probably get there. But the effort is way too much for what we are trying to achieve.
Yes. I also wanted to ask, or just made a remark on QA62 target.
Yeah.
The SFR target. And this is...
This one?
This one. Yeah, this is probably the most important target of all, according to me, because it also can be used to assess the processing quality, which is the next step we talked about before, because it also can give you a resolution of the image through calculations, and all these parameters you told about may be used to assess what has been done to the image before, the efficiency of it. That's why this is the important target, and I strongly encourage everyone to get something in one way or form. Golden Thread has this, and the other UTT has this, other targets probably has this, but this component is very important.
Completely agreed. And it also tells me, for example, if my equipment is sharpening an image or not, for example.
Yeah.
If this is not going the right way that I expect it to behave, well, I can detect even that somebody altered my image by making it crispier, and I can actually prove that they made it crispier. So there's a lot to say for this target, and luckily for us, it's in all multi-pattern charts included, which means, well, yes, they cost money, but they are worth their money because, as I said, this one, and one is not enough, but they are basically the most expensive targets that you can buy, unfortunately. But yeah, that's true. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you too.
And with that, I think one last little very fast coffee break. And then we can go on and make the final part of this workshop. Well, yes, yes, coffee, now. My mic? Yet. Great. So, let's get the last little bit of information into your brains for today, and then I hope you had everything that I said. But I think to finish off with something very practical and basically something that you probably recognize, so it's not very new information, but I think it's good to end with that. And then we will be back tomorrow for more interesting stuff, hopefully. Well, there we go. Equipment. Which hardware do we use and how, or even does it influence our results? Things that I will be showing will be pictures from specific brands. They will have brand names on there. As I stated before, that's not an endorsement for any kind of brand. It just happens to be on the internet, on the pages of the equipment sellers, producers, and they are commonly known, widely used. And there are some other brands that are having an influence on the market. So the thing is, it's about the technology that they're using. And to talk about the results and the influences, as we said in the, or saw in the FACI guidelines before, every kind of technology has its limitations, and they're all different. But if we're talking digitization of cultural heritage on paper, in 2D mainly, and mass digitization, then we encounter some kinds of beasts that are like that. So, I'm now trying to move in the right direction and not get everything thrown off. So, we have systems that look like that, or like that. The interesting part here is actually that. That is a digital back, mounted on a copy stand, that's how they call it, a column. You have to think here that there are also lights, like here, lights, and a table or a table. Difference between table and table is this is without glass, this is with glass. Basically, this is also very small, but it's a table top where you just have the tabletop, hard top, nothing else. This here is a book cradle with a glass platter. Book cradle in a 180-degree angle, so it's flat, glass above, and the book cradle underneath. Those are the book cradles. This is actually the thing that moves up and down the things. And here is the glass pattern, and the glass goes up and glass goes down. So what is the thing behind it? Digital back, over here, pointing 90 degrees to the table. So it's looking down here, exactly like that. It's pointing to a specific point over here and over here. And that's a different point. Very important. If you're using a glass pattern, book cradle type of thing, your focus plane will always be the glass pattern, which means this and this will always be as you wished it, no matter what kind of original you're putting underneath, because the glass will always stay on the same plane. If you're using that, it's not the same, because this is not the focus plane where your object lays. Well, okay, if it's a flat one, but if it's a bound thing, then the focus changes as well as you are turning the pages. So if you have a bound material, you could say this is easier, for the imaging because your focus plane does not change. This is a one-shot system. That's how we call it. One shot because it's a camera system. It's one camera, one digital back. Not two, not three, just one. And they're basically all built like this. Whatever digital back you have, there's a digital back, there is a lens, there is a plain thing underneath, and you have lights on the side. Different brands, different things. One thing that it does is click, image. Very fast. Click, image. It's there. You have a computer on the side, and it takes super fast, 2-3 seconds, whoops, there's the image. Basically, the thing that is limiting the image here is how fast your USB is working. But basically, always works the same. Another system that is very often used, another technology, is scanners. Scanners have been there for a really long time, and those are line scanners. So there is a line, and there is the next line, and there's the next line, there's the next line. Those are two brands out of many, but those are pretty much well known. They are interesting in their complete systems. Scanners do come as complete turnkey solutions. So the computer and the monitor is already integrated in the system. In the one before, you don't have an integrated computer. You have a computer to have on the side, a monitor on the side. This is just the copy stand that will produce the image. This one is basically out of the box, completely finished with all the components. It has light, it has a sensor, and of course a lens. And they both come with a book cradle. So this one here, it's a very well-known model, has a book cradle in here that doesn't go that far up and down. It has glass that will move up, and you put the original and then press the glass down again. All works with foot pedals, but they all do that. It has some place where you can put your originals, which can be handy if they fit on there. Monitor, computer, and then there is, in this one thing, the light, the sensor, and the lens. And it has a really interesting way of doing an image, because it's actually looking at each line, pixel line, pixel line, pixel line. And this very, very much does a movement like this and like that. So it goes like this and like that. So you can take two pictures, one down and one up. Very interesting. This one, basically same technology, also comes very complete. Computer, monitor, light, somewhere different, sensor and lens, and it moves from one side to the other side. Also, doing the right movement, one picture, doing the left movement, one picture. But because they have to move, they are way slower than the one-shot system to actually produce the image on the screen. Nowadays, also the scanner technology is getting improvement, so it gets faster and faster, but if it's moving too fast, you're creating actually unsharp images, because, well, they will be something completely different. They will be wiggly-woggly. And they come in different sizes. I mean, these tables come in different sizes. You can get them in A2, A1, something like that. You can even get A0 systems if you want, and also those come in A2, A1, A0 size. Some of the scanners even come in double, three double A0 size, of course with a different price. But the technology is, on one hand, a camera system, one is a scanner system, and they have their own flexibility or not flexibility. Another thing that is also on the market, and that we also saw a little reference to in the FACI guidelines, is robotics systems. I've shown here two. This one is a 180-degree robotic system. This is a 65, 85-degree system. They also do come as complete systems, so the monitor, the computer, the whole setup is in there also here. They have the ability to do 1,200 images in an hour, at least if you have enough originals in there. They will turn the page automatically. So basically what you need is somebody to put the original in there, press a button, and then it will turn until the original is turned over, and then you need to change the original. Basically work the same as a camera system, one-shot systems. Only thing is, well, this one has one camera in here, so it's a one-shot system basically. These can come as a one-shot system or a two-shot system. Depending on what you are actually buying in a 180-degree, it can have two cameras, each looking at one side of the book cradle table pattern, or it can have one camera in the middle looking over the whole thing. Then you have book cradle V-shaped systems. There we go. That's a funny thing. Does anybody uses a V-cradle? V-shape? Yes? Yes? What V-shaped cradle do you have? Oh, lizard and dragon, the reptiles. That's great. With glass or without glass?
With glass.
With glass. There you go. Okay.
Real glass, not plastic.
There are systems that have plastic glass patterns. Well, they call glass, but they are plastic anyway. So, but yeah, book cradles with V-shaped systems. So there are different kinds of those. Basically, they all come in a V. That's why we call them V-shape. They have the ability to digitize books that you can't open 180 degrees. That's great, especially if you ask restoration, because they never want you to open a book 180 degrees. So we have a V, we have a book in there. Could be that we only have a one-shot system. They exist. Highly expensive. And it works like this. You have one camera looking at one side, and you only do one side. Always the right side. Turn, 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 turn. Then you have to change the whole book, and then you do all the left sides. Then you have to rename everything, make the order of the pages right, and then correct everything digitally to make the book from page 1 to page 100, for example. There is an easier way to that. You can also have the same thing as here, for example, and have the book underneath, and then have it open like this. Basically the same principle. You don't need a V-shaped cradle for that. You just use the scanner, because it moves up and down anyway. Very often used if you don't want to buy an extra V-shape. Gives you still the same problem. You have to do all the right pages first, turn the whole book, do all the left pages, get it digitally right. And as we are humans that are doing that, well, there will be some mistakes in there. So there is, for V-shapes, a different system that you can actually have, and it's a two-shot system, which means I have a camera looking at this page and another camera looking at that page. which is basically the setup that you are having. You have two-shot system. They are crossing each other, and they are actually using both pages, not exactly at the same time, but for a human, it is the same time. There is a millisecond difference in there. But it also gives you this, the file naming problematic note. It will give you a lot of speed because you're doing two pages at the same time. And it will also give you another problem. Because when you are doing that with glass, here in the phi, in the middle, you will have a problem because there are two glass patterns coming together, and they will influence the image to approximately a centimeter in the gutter. So you have to take care if you're digitizing stuff that has actually text not here ending, but ending in the gutter. You will probably have a very, very hard time reading that because of the influence of the other page, the glass from the other page, from the V. It does come sometimes a V shape without glass, then you don't have the gutter problem, but you have another problem, because how do you keep the book open? You need more hands than you actually have, and it would be like a glass finger over here, and a glass finger over there. Take care that you're not in the light or in the camera, so you have to stand like this, and then you have to find the foot pedal with that. So it's a really artistic thing that you have to do. If you want to do that very fast, it's very interesting. It can be very fitness center-like to do digitization like this. So you have to find clever ways or clever things to actually do the digitization this way if you don't want to use a glass pattern on it. But you can't do everything with glass, which means you have to find different ways for different objects. But those are the most common technologies that you're using for all this kind of stuff that are out there. As I said, there are huge differences between all those. The speed, for what you can use it, and which competence do you need to actually make an image with it. So, let's go back. The easiest thing to use is a scanner system. Why? It is a complete system that allows you to press a button, and if it's set up correctly, it will give you exactly what it's meant to do. An image that is fully to the parameters that you want. It will also be cropped like you want. And if the image system analysis said it is a FACI 3-star or an ISO level A, it will produce this kind of quality all day long. It's very stable, very easy to use. You can basically set it up somewhere, tell somebody to just put the original there, and it will work all day long. Not so great is, it takes a long time to produce an image. So if you're really going for speed, it's maybe not the best option, because it's taking a long time to get every line there. But still used very often because it's so easy. So if you have a lot of those, a lot of people, there we go, you still need people to press buttons and to put the originals there, then it can be done. If you have robotic systems, well, you need less people because the robot will turn the pages for you. Yes, it should be very stable. So press a button, you will get, if it's set up correctly, the same results anytime. But lots of originals are excluded. So everything that's brittle, so brittle paper, sour newspaper paper, if you have torn pages, not a best idea because they will be more torn. If you have pages that are stuck together, either with glue or with, folded together, the robot will either destroy them or will not digitize it. So it will just turn a lot of pages. And it does not see or does not know if it's going down with its glass pattern while the page is still moving. So you can have foldings in there that were not there. So it's really, if you have fragile originals, you should not use it. It's really hard for a robot to actually be careful because it doesn't think. And as long as you have a person turning the pages, well, you're at least safe with your originals. So those are very easy, but also have their limitations. So the V-shapes, I already said, you have a problem with the gutter when you have glass. If you don't have glass, you might have a gymnastic problem there. Or you have a problem with you have only one page at a time, which takes more time, which takes more effort, which also can create more errors for that. And then we come to this. So is the solution a one-shot system? Not really. It is for a lot of things. One-shot systems do give the most flexibility because you can put most of the originals in there. Well, you need a person to turn pages anyway, because you also need a person for turning the pages here, so that doesn't make a difference. But what is here the least interesting part for the most of the people is that you need more competence in your staff that's actually using it. It is not a one button and there you go is your image solution. This means you have to know the software that is besides there that can actually have a lot of buttons and a lot of possibilities. These software packages are really, really powerful, while on these systems, you don't have a lot of choices. It's closed systems, you do not have a lot of things that you can actually change. Like for example, you can't make your own color profile. You can't make a lot of other admin stuff that you would want to do maybe. Also on the ones that the National Library here has. It's a very closed system. If you want to change anything, if something is broken, if you need a new calibration, if you need a new setup, you need to get the ones that you bought it from. They will make that for you. You're not allowed, you can't go into the system. With this, everything's open basically, which means there are 100 buttons more that you can press and 100 more ways to destroy your image. The more options you have, the more competence you need in order to make things work, but also to know what you should not do. Like for example, if you have this kind of setup and you have a software that is actually by default, for example, doing dust removal. That's great, but if you don't know that it does that and you don't know how to turn it off, then your images will be altered and you can't change that. That's stupid. You don't want that if you want preservation imaging. So also with the lights, those are lights that are completely different than a scanner. Scanner, fixed. You can't change the light. It is there or it's not. So if here the light does not go on, well, the light is broken, you have to get somebody to get you a new light. Here, and there is absolutely nothing in having a cleaner's job. Cleaners are very important people, but if you vacuum and you have a stand like this, I mean, I can do this like here. I bump into it and then it will be changed. If somebody bumps into that, everything will be changed. The light will be changed, so you have to control it even more thorough and even better than a scanner system, for example. So such a really big, heavy system that is basically, if you bump into it, it doesn't care. If you bump into that, it does care. Especially if you bump into the column, it really moves the camera. And if the camera doesn't see a parallel to the glass, then the image will not be good. It will be shown by your SFR targets, by the way, but still, you have to control it. So you have to know what components are possible in danger, how to prevent it, and how to actually read the software, and which buttons to use and not to use, and to actually tell people not to touch this or that, which is part of my job nowadays. Photographers that know a lot of the software, that are used to do enhancements of pictures all the time because they are used to making pretty pictures. And now I'm telling them, no, 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 you have to make preservation-grade images. You're not allowed to enhance or alter my image. So I'm telling them, no, no, don't use that button. Don't use, no. And I'm telling people no all the time. So they don't like me very much because I don't accept their pretty pictures anymore. And it is very important. The more powerful, the more options, the more training your staff needs. So, with a book cradle system, well, the software is basically the same kind of software. Either it comes in a complete two-shot system like this, so everything is included, the lights are as they are, the software is blocked, depending on who is actually selling you the solution, or you have a two-shot system that is basically also built up like this, 2 different cameras, same kind of software, with the same caveats that I just said before. If you want to do quality assurance, and here I go back to something from the FETI guidelines, it is important to know which of those hardware types created actually your image, because they will all put out different quality. Even if I tell the same FETI 4-star, and they will still be different. The outcome will be different. So it's important for me in the quality assurance to know what kind of hardware, what kind of model did actually produce my image. That has something to do with the technology, but also with how a model, or what kind of parameters I can actually change as a user in the software. And the easiest way to find out is if this is, like we said in the morning, embedded in the header information. So my hardware, make and model, ideally serial number, but yeah, okay, is included in the whole environment, either in my header information or it accompanies my file, so I know what kind of things created it. What I, of course, always ask in my requirements, send me the test target of each session, so I can actually see if the system was calibrated the right way. Why is equipment so important? Well, for 2D digitization, it is also very important to know what kind of technology can be used on my original. Either if I do it in-house, and I have a selection of different kinds of equipment, or with an external vendor that is actually, well, having more than one object, hardware, it is very important to know what kinds I can or cannot use. For example, not all originals can be handled with pressure. So if you put a glass platter and a book cradle together, you will induce pressure on an original. Pressure is okay for a lot of kinds of original, but some are really having a problem with that, and they break. So you need to know that this will happen, and you might want to say, okay, everything with glass on it is excluded, because my originals don't allow it. So there you go back, and then you have to choose a system without glass, for example. Not everything can work with a book cradle. If it's a flat, big original, and you have a book cradle underneath it, well, restoration is most of the times not happy with that. You would need to change the equipment to make it flat, and a flat object on the book cradle pressing against a glass pattern, that would be a solution that you need to say that is the way to do. Movement, of course, if it's fast, and also if you have glass and an object and pressure and they clinch together, what happens if you release the pressure and you want to turn the page? The glass has to go up and the page will stick to the glass, which is something that is very bad for the original, of course, because it could tear the page. If it's bound or unbound, it doesn't matter. The paper will just stick to the glass because it was there. Yes?
Sometimes the same thing happens to glass plate negatives.
Yeah, it does. It happens to negatives as well if you don't. So it's really important to know that things will try to stick to the glass. So if you release the pressure too fast, you might damage your original. Something you just need to know. If you want to prevent that, and if your originals allow it, well, don't use glass. But that's also not very suitable for other things. And also, not all hardware is capable of achieving the desired quality level. Even though a reseller might tell you, well, all my equipment does ISO level A+, and Fuji 5-star, which does not exist, it might not be true. Some models will not reach that, so if you have only something that reaches ISO level C, well, you have an original that needs ISO level B or ISO level A, it will not be useful on this very machine. And also, the robot scanners, turn pagers, a lot of material has to be excluded from that because of the risk of damaging the original. So if I know that my vendor, has this in-house, and I'm writing my requirements for a collection that is very brittle, I will specifically state you are not allowed to use the robot scanners in this project. So people know that my originals cannot be handled there. So this is very, very, very important to know for the quality assurance, for selecting which kind of materials go where, and also for logistics, because if you have 3 different kinds of machines and they all can handle the same originals, you might be faster maybe, but if you can only do that on this machine and only that on that machine, you might want to change your logistics and your whole workflow. So those are the questions that I would ask myself before writing up specifications with the knowledge of what kind of equipment is available in the pool that I'm using. Is the paper stable enough? Do we allow a robot to turn pages, or do I require a person to turn the page? Something very important. As long as you don't have any robots anywhere, you don't need to think about it. But as soon as somebody has a robot, they will try to use the robot because it's so much faster. And when a person, and I'm just throwing out numbers, does 1,000 images in a day, a robot can do that in an hour. Which means a robot will be more efficient, but at the risk of your originals. And that's why you should take really care if there is a robot around. How much pressure is allowed on the binding in order to press pages flat? As long as you don't have any glass, pressure is not really a thing. As soon as you have glass plates, there is pressure because you want the original to be as flat as possible against the glass pattern. there are things that are not allowed to be flat. If it's not a really flat object, if it's not a page in a book or a newspaper item or a handwritten letter page, for example, and even those can be very, well, crackly. They can not be pressured or can be pressured, and depending on that, you might want to state this type of material or this collection you are allowed to do underneath glass, but you have to reduce the pressure. So you can't push the book cradle very much against the glass. That's something all of those machines can do. They have foot pedals, and you can also say how much pressure there is on the glass and the book cradle platens to move against each other. So it will be the fastest, most efficient option by default. If you don't want that, you have to say so. Are the pages loose? Another interesting thing, if you have single pages, you have to state or think about, do I want one page, turn the page, or do I want to move it like a book, like this, which would be more efficient in terms of how many images I would need to do, and then I can just split the images from each other. But on the other side, I could, of course, do something else and put the whole pack of paper in there, but then I get all these things with skew, and that all the wind that I'm creating with the movement of the glass and the book cradle, everything will be skewed, and then I have to push everything together again. So it's a lot of effort, but you can opt for anything, basically. Not everything is a very sound option, but technically possible. If it's bound too tight, for example, so if there's text in the gutter, how do we deal with that? Will I have to accept loss of text? And who will make the decision? Because, well, in the digitization, I'm probably way more reluctant to lose a letter than somebody that is from the content party, and they say, well, I want every letter there. Well, okay, then you have to give me another original, for example. But yeah, that's something that you will need to see, and also taking into account if I do a V shape, I will lose more text, probably, than if I do it a 180 open. Are there any cracks in the paper, and how bad are they? Can I actually turn it, or can a robot turn them? Which is, of course, way better for me if a robot can turn it, but robots cannot turn a lot of pages with cracks. Will the pages stay open without help? Interesting question. Paper has something like a memory. It does go back, like it was stored before. It wants to go back to its natural state. So if I open a book and the pages go back up, then I really have a problem with mass digitization. First of all, never use a robot for that. Second of all, how fast and how much time do I have to actually move the glass and the book cradle to each other without damaging the pages? Or do I need to have some helping hands to get it all flat? Which means everything that I need to do extra, more time for the digitization. Does the paper show any disturbances, such as wave crinkle or crinkles, which is very important in the quality assurance? So I need to know if a disturbance in the digital image is possible from the original or from, well, something went wrong here in the digitization process. And it can be either. Well, are the pages bound straight? Goes back to something very interesting about skew, because I can have an object straight on the line, but I can have a page go 5 degrees out. Happens to big books, for example, very old books that are bound differently, where the pages go like this. Or another thing is the text straight on the page? Completely different thing, because for the OCR, we heard you need the text straight because the OCR needs to see the text. But it doesn't mean that the object is straight or that the pages are straight. So how is your object actually looking? And something that is never said in any specifications of any hardware equipment builders is the volume, the object, the bound volume within the parameters of the machine with regards to weight and thickness. Book cradles cannot handle anything that is thicker than 15 centimeters, except for specific brands and models. So a book cradle moves up and down on 2 patterns, but they don't move like this. They move only in a certain range, and the range is very important for the thickness of the book, of the volume that I can have in there. And because they're all working with pressure going up to a glass platen, it's very dependent on how powerful the compressor is that's actually moving the book cradle patterns, how heavy the volume can be. If it's too heavy, then the compressor could be not strong enough and it will not get the book up to the, so you can't digitize it anyway. So there are things that you might want to check if you have an extraordinary thick or heavy book, like that. And does it have dog ears? Which is something that there's a content decision here. Do we need to open dog ears or not? Or do we digitize it as is? And dog ears and robots really don't work very well together. And I think there is one really good slide to end here. If there was too much information today and you take nothing home with you, then take this home with you. A lot of times people say in digitization of cultural heritage, well, who cares, why make such a fuss, taking too much time and effort? All the software will make a pretty picture out of it. I have an answer to that. The answer is no. Well, not really. Now, most definitely no. And basically, no. The software will not fix anything for you. If your software has to be the fix of an image, it means that you failed in 2 things. Either in getting the best possible original, or you have been using bad hardware. Yes, I'm stating this very bluntly here, but basically there is no need to use bad equipment. And if you have an original that is not good enough, as I said before, there might be an option that there is another version in another institution that you can borrow, or that they can digitize for you, that you can use the digital image, or you have to know that this is the best you will get out of this image. It's an original that you can't change, it's a unique item. You can't change the original, okay, but then change the specification for this original and document that you actually changed it. Do not just say, well, the software will just fix all the blanks in there. No. And if your hardware is not good enough, well, here it goes. Use better hardware. It's out there. Because, and I do know that it's not for everybody possible, but we could strive all together to use better hardware if we don't have the good hardware in-house. The compensation through software will always create problems for the long-term repositories, for the usability of the digitized image, and it can result in everything uncontrollable, in artifacts that you don't know. And basically, it is something that you can't control at all. You should only do software adjustments that you can really control, that you know what is the effect on, and not do it just because you used the wrong hardware. And that's my last statement for today. Quality will always suffer if people rely only on software. It's not the only thing, it's one of the things, but use the good stuff first. And with that, thank you very much for today.
Thank you very much, Martina, and welcome tomorrow, same time, 10 a.m. And I hope that you will remember some of the things that Martina said today. And if not, we are going to stay over for the weekend and memorize them well. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.